welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday. Welcome. We're gonna play some of this game. Oh, some Bozuma. Mystery of the Mummy. Welcome back, everybody. I'm excited. How's it going? Welcome. Hello. Pink paperclip guy. Welcome. Beautiful kangaroos. I really like that. Tangle Bunny, welcome. You have a good point. A mummy is just a very comfy skeleton. When you put it that way, maybe there's no mystery at all. Hey, Ray, welcome. Alana Ray, welcome. Biffraction, welcome. Tefla, welcome. Sam Hind, welcome. Skeleton Witch, welcome. Duck Admirer, welcome. Moosey Fate, welcome. Space Hopper Copter, welcome. Bone Masher. Wonderful skeletons, everybody. Beautiful. Welcome back. We're going to play some more of this. This is a detective adventure mystery game. We played it for a few hours Friday. Didn't really make much progress into it because it's one of those games with a very strange interface. And it took a while to get used to how to actually play the game and control it and do basic things. But the learning curve is out of the way. Now we can actually dig in and try and solve the mystery. We're going to try and solve the mystery. So the way this game works, it's a detective mystery. We are playing as an attorney, apparently, some old guy. In fact, if we look at the back of the box, not that one, this one, I'm assuming we're playing as an old timer, complete with a chauffeur. But you can see the pictures here. Point and click interface. We're investigating a mystery. Let's go back to this beautiful box art. Things quickly spiral out of control, dead bodies start showing up, and because we just have nothing else to do, we're going to investigate those dead bodies as well. Basically, I don't think there's going to be very many puzzles, so to speak, of in this game. It's more about just unraveling the mystery, talking to people, detecting, deducing perhaps, figuring out what happened, who did what, why they did what, getting a little bit of evidence to back up our claims. It's interesting. It's pretty cool. We got a lot of work to do, though. We got a lot of work to do. 8-bit tomato, welcome. Rainbow Arts was very prolific. They were a very prolific publisher. I don't know how many games they made, personally. I think they were mostly just publisher. A lot of German stuff. They're one of the biggest in Germany. A lot of cool games from them. We're just gonna jump in. We gotta play. We got a lot of game to do. One thing to note, we're gonna switch things up a little bit. And now we're in the DOS version instead of the Amiga version. For a couple reasons. My computer was struggling to run WinUAE, which is a terrible sign for this poor old computer, but it was struggling. I think it does a little bit better with DOSBox. So, for the sake of my computer, for the sake of better playing this 1988 video game, we're going to play the DOS version. Now, let me fix the text here. It's going to cut off. There we go. Also, the DOS version, we can manipulate the speed very easily. I'm going to be taking a few liberties with the way we play the game, because I think this mystery is going to have a lot of trial and error. A lot of time-consuming, tedious trial and error, testing, guesswork. So we want to be going... we want to speed things up a little bit instead of slow-paced Amiga loading. But anyway, we're going to play the DOS version. How do I start this? How do I play the game? What the heck are these files? Exe? Mystery.exe. Time warp. There it is. Beautiful. So the DOS version... well, the Amiga version doesn't have any sound other than the title screen right there. And then the rest of the game's in silence. There's the intro. Oh, actually, start the timer. Basically, the intro is just setting up the plot. We're two dudes just hanging out at a hotel on vacation, making big plans. Someone calls us on the phone, a Mr. Robensberg, who wants to come visit us in our hotel room. So, there he is. Gentlemen, please do not be offended by my disturbance. It is of great importance that I see you. And then he explains the backstory. Basically, this guy's father went on an expedition with this Professor Gravelius to go uncover a mummy. 20 German men, 50 local bearers, went 250 miles west, blah, 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 blah. Discovered a cave grave with a mummy. Professor took the mummy because it belongs in a museum. And then everybody got cursed. Several members of the expedition fell ill with malaria, had to return to Germany. Asked my father to lend him the mummy for the duration of the exhibition. The mummy and several other exhibits were stolen shortly before the end of the exhibition. So this is 30 years in the past. This guy's father led an expedition to go find a mummy. And then when he returned to Germany with the mummy, lent it to a museum, and it got stolen from the museum 30 years ago. It's been haunting their family ever since, apparently. Yesterday, discovered an announcement from the auction house. An imported African mummy would be put up for auction. I've come to beg you to find out if it's my father's mummy. So that's our initial goal. Investigate the mummy that's for sale at an auction house to see if it's the same one that disappeared 30 years ago. Things will grow considerably in scope. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Now they're arguing. The first task, find out if the mummy's the one for which I searched. And that's all he says. Press return. Please type your name. We'll go with Bill. Beal. So here we are. Oh, dude, the graphics look so much worse. I know they're basically the same, but these look a lot worse. Robensberg says goodbye and leaves. Well, Wilhelm says. And now we're just playing the game. So again, point and click interface. Everything's icon driven. We just have to investigate the mystery. So where do we begin? How do we even start? Well, let's start by doing a save. There's my test save. Let's erase the test save. Let's save at the start. So it's Sunday the 14th of April. Everything progresses in real time in this game. We have until Thursday evening to solve the mystery. On Thursday evening, we have to go visit our employer, who is there with a police officer, and answer a list of questions from the police officer, proving that we have investigated the mystery. There's 16 questions total we have to answer to win the game. Now, we don't know what those 16 questions are, but we just assume they're generally going to be about the mystery, the murders, the mummy, the motives behind the murders, probably the key figures involved, and so on. I skipped ahead in time last stream to the very end to see if we could get a preview of the quiz. The very first question was, what did the burglars want Saturday night in the Institute of Ethnology? I assume they want the mummy. So what we need to do at the start of the game is go visit the Institute of Ethnology. Now we probably want to go get the newspaper first to start things off. Because it's Sunday morning. Every day we gotta get the newspaper. So let's go hop in the car. Let's drive to... Oh, that's right, this game. So the unique thing about this game Where to? There's 186 different locations we can visit in the course of our investigation. They are detailed on this map here that came with the game. I took the liberty of making some red circles just to better visualize some things. 37 here, this is our hotel. We start and end each day at the hotel. Well, maybe not necessarily. But the hotel is the only place we can use the phone to call other people. I believe the hotel is the only place we can sleep for extended periods of time. We start and end the day at the hotel. The newspaper kiosk is over here at number 29, the other side of town. We do have to factor into account travel time and fuel consumption as we plan our route through the days. 29 is where we get the newspaper. We might be able to find it at different locations. I have not exhaustively tested every one of these 186 locations. But there might be another newspaper somewhere. That's the only one I've found. Other points of interest, number 84 here is our employer, Robbinsburg. If we visit him at any time, he'll give us more money if we run out, because he's funding our investigation. Number 84 here. So this is a very important spot. Money is used in this game to purchase food, to purchase fuel for our car, and I don't know if it's used for anything else. It probably will be. What else? 107 and 108. 107 is the gas station. 108 is one of the many restaurants available in town. It's a good central location right next to the gas station. So when we get hungry, we can stop off at the restaurant to eat a meal. In green, we have 101, the Institute of Ethnology here. As we're about to learn in the game, this is where the first body turns up. And then number 1, I also circled, that's the wife of the man who gets murdered in the Institute. So this is where he lived with his wife out here. That's really all we got. We didn't really make much progress other than just barely beginning to see the broader picture here. So let's head and grab the newspaper real quick. Let me move this over here. I gotta shuffle all these windows everywhere. Drive to number 29. Get out of the car. Mr. Kungelman, a small, stout man of the 70s veterans, gives us a friendly welcome. Please, help yourself. Click the box, pick up item, take the newspaper. Okay, that consumed a little bit of our money. Okay, so we do have to buy the newspaper. Click this icon to read the newspaper. So we read this article Friday. I'm not going to reread it. But it explains at 10 o'clock last night, terrible murder took place at the Institute of Ethnology. Albert Stuckroth, esteemed Professor Albert Stuckroth, who moves in the best circles, was found dead by a colleague in his laboratory at 10 o'clock. The victim had been investigating a mummy that was to be put up for auction next Tuesday. Mysterious element of the murder is the fact that the type of linen cloth with which the mummy is wrapped up. That sentence is very unclear. The mysterious element of the murder is the fact that the type of linen cloth with which the mummy was wrapped up, period. It's like there should be more to that sentence. So this is kind of the inciting incident. So we were just hired to investigate the mummy, but now the man in custody of the mummy has been killed. So let's head to the Institute and check this out. Now, newspaper, we can click the bottom half to get a second set of articles. I don't know if these articles here will be important. I know the bottom right section will be, because we can use a laboratory to do some tests once we get some evidence that we need to test. or things that we need to experiment on. I haven't gotten that far, so I don't know how that's going to play out, but that little bit's probably important. As well as this lecture here in the top left. If we need to learn about the isotopes of the hydrogen molecule, we can go to a lecture. We might actually want to go to that lecture. Hey, Cadis, welcome. This font, yeah, dude, the font. It gets worse. I haven't checked everywhere yet. Here. Yet. Hopefully we won't have to, but we haven't yet. So let's head to the institute where the body was found. So hop in the car. Travel to destination. It's number 101. Get out of the car. We enter the foyer of the institute. After a while, we find the room where Professor Stuckroth's corpse was found. When the door opens, a policeman starts up from his seat. When he sees us, he murmurs with relief. "Oh, thank God, I already thought." As soon as he recovers, he cries, "Stop! Nobody's allowed to get in here. Go away." When we refer to our acquaintance with the police president, the cop becomes friendlier and inquires why we're here. So it's already been an hour of in-game time, because time is always passing in the game. I don't think you can ever pause the game. I don't think the timer is going to be that tight, but it might be. Yep, minutes have just ticked by. So we can talk to this man. Click on the bubble. The way the interface works, the way we can interact with other people is very limited. Excuse me. We can ask people about other people. So let's ask him about the dead man, Stuckroth, first name Albert. This is the victim of the murder. I'm not entitled to give you any additional information. And we can make notes, because we do need to record people's alibis. I don't think we can really get much out of this guy interrogating him. We can ask where he was last night. You're going too far in asking me such questions. Okay, he did not appreciate that. We can show people objects as well. I'll show him the newspaper. Oh, you've come because of the murder of the professor. Oh, well. Actually, I'm not allowed to say anything to anybody, but since you're a friend of my boss... The professor was discovered dead by Professor Lindquist last evening. He was lying in front of the desk on which the mummy was placed. He was strangled with an old linen cloth, as was found inside the sarcophagus. That's why the newspapers reported a mummy murder. Personally, I do not believe in such things, but when you're alone with the mummy, perhaps you have quite different feelings. It might come out of its sarcophagus at any time, and... Actually, we wanted to talk about the murder, we remind the constable. Was the professor alone in the institute? What was the colleague's matter of concern when he came into the laboratory? Cannot answer these questions. The reports are in the commissioner's department. Please ask Inspector Otmar Vankton for further help. Or the leader of the institute, Professor Lindquist, or his representative, Professor Hansen. I'll tell the police right away that you will come. What's your name? Okay, so by showing this man the newspaper, we got a couple new leads. We got the names of the person who found the body, the investigator leading the investigation, and we got the name of the person who found the body's representative. So we got 3 names. Let's search the scene. We're inside the Institute building. The portraits of great scientists despisingly look at us from the walls. The height of the rooms ensure that we speak in whispers only. We can pick up a cigarette stub, or the mummy's just here in this room with us. So we can pick up the cigarette stub. We can't pick up the mummy. Policeman shouts at us if we try to pick up the mummy. We can't look at the mummy unless we're able to pick it up. Yeah, we can't investigate objects unless we're able to take them. So I suspect we're not able to do anything with the mummy here. We can show this man the cigarette butt, but he doesn't care. Because, yeah, we're very limited with how we can interact with the game world. So, we suspect, my suspicion is people broke into the lab late at night in order to probably take or steal the mummy, and they found the professor in the lab still when they didn't expect to find anybody, and so they ended up killing the professor and then escaping. I guess the killer probably left this cigarette butt on the ground. That's about that. We can ask this guy the names that he gave us. Richard Lindquist. Oh, he doesn't care. I don't think this guy will elaborate on anything that he told us. Vankton Otmar. No, this guy's a jerk. Unhelpful loser. Hey, Gangrel, welcome. Cannot wait for the sequel, Mystery of the Daddy. That could be pretty cool. It occurred to me, I wish there was a way to pause the game. Good file name. It occurred to me that we have this cigarette butt in hand. We should probably try and investigate it. So, if we look at the game's manual, the front couple pages has this phone book with the worst font ever conceived. I forgot the name of this font, but it's very hard to read. In the phone book, we have two separate tobacco stores. I think we should visit these tobacco stores and see if we can research the cigarette butt. So there's Faber and Grundig and Rommler. There's also an advertisement up here for Faber and Grundig, fine tobaccos. We don't have an advertisement for the other one, so let's go to the fine tobacco store. It's close nearby. It's at 105. So let's hop in the car and drive to 105. Hop in the car, drive 105, out of the car. Evidently the shop, which is somewhat hidden from view, is closed. Strong grills attached to the door. Oh, okay, never mind. It's freaking closed. The barred door, which lies below street level, a board is hanging. Open Monday. Oh, that's convenient. Yeah, let's make a note here. Let's make a note. This is Faber and Grundig tobacco at 105. Open Mo to Fur 9 to 12 a.m. and 2 to 6 p.m. Okay, so we'll have to put a pin in this. We won't be able to investigate at this store today. We'll have to come back on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. Probably Monday morning. Any objects in this room? No. Let's go take a quick visit to the other tobacco store, which was number 145. To constantly check the manual to cross-reference numbers and names. Shop, which is a nicely decorated windows closed. Metal grills fixed on the door. Okay, look. the exact same hours, but written slightly differently. Okay. Make a note of this. Tobacco Rumbler at 1:45. Also open mode to fur 9 to 12 a.m. 2 to 6 p.m. Gee, welcome, welcome. Enjoy the meal. Okay, so we're not going to make any progress investigating the cigarette butt today. So what we want to do is restore. Number 2. Because this is a game where everything proceeds in real time. We have resources to manage as well. Fuel for the car. Food for the person. It's replaying this freaking dialogue. Okay, I should already have my cigarette butt here, yeah. Just to be sure, actually, I'll show him the newspaper again. I think I saved after doing this, but I'm not sure. They really love cooking so many grills. Yeah. So certainly the mummy did not kill the professor. I suspect there's not going to be anything supernatural in this game. Unfortunately, I don't think the mummy's going to have a genuine curse. I think it's going to play out that there's a logical, rational explanation for everything. Which it may be slightly boring. But that's okay. Let's follow up on these leads now. We have a couple names to investigate. Let's go pay a visit to Professor Lindquist, the person who found the body. Or we can visit the police station. Let's visit the police station and see what they have. Hop in the car. Murder commission is at 85. Travel to 85. The commission of murder. The door leading from the entrance hall into the main hall is locked. Oh, that's right. We can't even get in. Look at the room. They don't say when they're going to open. There's no objects to pick up here. Alright. Well, never mind. We won't go visit the police station. Hop in the car. Let's pay a visit to the guy who found the body. Lindquist. Professor Richard Lindquist. He lives at location number 87. Oh, there he is. After we waited for a short time, a servant drives us into the salon. Professor Lindquist waits. Can I help you? He asks. We'll show him the newspaper to start with. He doesn't care. He's not going to say anything about it. Okay, look at the room. We're in the salon of the house. Okay. No objects in this room. Let's speak. Just ask about the dead man, Stuckroth Albert. Yes. Was a very polite colleague. Why did that happen to him? Would you like to note this? No. I'm going to ask about his assistant, Carl Hansen. Professor Hansen's a colleague of mine. That's all he says. Let's get his alibi. Where were you last night? From 6 to 7 p.m., I was at the Institute to lead a guided tour. The group had 5 members. Bettina and Hugo Schad, Yvonne Boziers, Carlo Schmidt, Franz Müller. Then I went to the laboratory and found him. But I have told this to the police. Well, let's make a note of this. So we can make notes of people's statements. We can then read these notes. And this is the bad font. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. 6 to 7 p.m. I was at the Institute to lead a guided tour. So my suspicion is that one of these members that was on the tour of the Institute came back later at night to do the kill. So now we have a list of 5 names we can follow up on. We can try asking him about these names. I think I tried this before, but I'll try it again. It's interesting how he can recite the names back to me of the people in his tour group, but when we ask about them, he says he doesn't know the name. Very curious. Very curious. Yeah, he doesn't know anything about the people in the tour group. There's really nothing else we can ask him at this time. We don't have any other names of interest. We're very limited in how we can ask questions of these people. Again, we can ask people about other people specifically. We can ask them where they were during specific times. Or we can show them objects we have in our possession. That's the extent of how we can interrogate people. So I'd say we're done here. Let's get back in the car. We got the list of names of people in the tour group. So that's pretty good. That font, it's pretty great. I don't mind Comic Sans. I don't know why people meme about it. I think it's perfectly readable, which is the best thing you could say about a font. Well, let's go visit the grieving widow. Let's go investigate the dead man's house. It's quite the trip. Go all the way up to number 1. After we waited for a short time, the servant leads us to the lounge, where Miss Stuckroth boldly sits on the sofa. "What did you want from me?" she asks weakly. First things first, always look. Miss Stuckroth sits in the sofa. In front of her stands a half-empty bottle of whiskey in a glass. No items to pick up. Let's show her the newspaper. She doesn't care. Show her the cigarette. She doesn't care. Alright, well, let's ask her about her husband. Do you know that your husband is completely and utterly murdered? Is it Albert? Yeah. Lisette Stuckroth begins to sob heavily. "I have no idea who could have done such a thing. My husband was such a good-hearted man. Why?" So as of yet, we've yet to find anything, any motive for the killing. All I have is guesses. I'm guessing he was kind of a victim of circumstance, in that the killers killed him only because he was in the lab with the mummy at the time that they broke in. That's my guess. Hey, Selt Samuel, welcome. That's my guess. I could be wrong, because I have very little to work off of. Nobody's had a bad thing to say about the professor. I haven't found any personally motivated grudge or anything like that against him. Time is ticking. I can't not sit here and think. We don't need to make a note about this. Where's my list of names? There we go. So let's ask her about, I guess, Linquist. Was my husband's boss. I only know him a little. Okay. There is something interesting if we ask her about Carl Hansen. Professor Hansen was my husband's colleague. He dined with us sometimes. Miss Stuckroth timidly looks at us, unsure of herself. We've got the impression that she withholds something from us. So she has some sort of relationship with her husband's colleague, this Carl Hansen character. But she's not very forthcoming about it. We can ask her where she was when her husband was murdered Saturday evening. I was at home when the police came. Set Stuckroth breaks down in tears. So even though there's no one to corroborate her statement, I feel like we can trust her. She seems to be legitimately grieving. I don't think she was involved in the murder, but you never know. I don't think we need to make a note of this. Do you know... What other names can I even ask about? I really don't have much. There's so little I can ask these people. I can ask her the names of the people that went on the tour group. I mean, that's quite the stretch, but it's worth following up on. I don't know the name. I still can't think. Please leave me alone. Oh, we're not done with you yet. It's highly unlikely she would know any of these characters, but... Yvonne. Whoa. Nothing. So there's not really a whole lot of places for our investigation to go on this first day. Like, we don't have much we can work off of. It's Sunday around noon. A lot of businesses are closed. We can't really use their services. We can just go around and ask people questions. She doesn't know any of the people on the tour group. So we didn't get anywhere by coming here and talking to her. We did kind of learn that she was acting somewhat suspiciously when we mentioned the name of her husband's colleague. But there's really nothing else we can do here. So let's hop in the car. Take a trip. Let's go visit that colleague. Carl Hansen. Lives at 58. So I'm not being very efficient with my fuel usage. I'm not planning a route through town to optimize fuel efficiency and time management. Maybe that'll come into play later on in the game. I don't suspect the timer is going to be especially tight. I don't suspect we'll need to worry about optimizing turns and routes, but maybe we will. After we've been led into the house, the Hansen couple appears. Can we help you? They don't get pictures. Now let's show the newspaper. They don't care. Show the cigarette butt. They don't care. Look at the room. The exception of some pictures that interest Wilhelm. Nothing conspicuous is to be seen. Any objects to pick up? Nothing. Alright, let's ask about the dead man Stuckroth, Albert. What should I say? He was a good colleague, popular with everybody. He had no enemies. I don't know why anybody should murder him. I personally never had any quarrels with him. Like to make a note? I don't think we need to. Notice how, even in this version, they didn't fix this when they ported this from the Amiga. the, the E goes out of the text box. Good. We can ask about the wife. Lisette. We only met Mrs. Stokeroth briefly, the professor quickly says. Evidently, the presence of his wife seems to be unpleasant for him. So this is very suspicious, but I don't really know how we would follow up on it. We'd have to probably get the husband, get Carl Hansen alone or away from his wife. And maybe then he'd be more willing to talk about his relationship with Lisette. Although, given with how limited we are with our interaction, I don't know how we can do that. Let's ask for his alibi. Where were you last night, buddy? 9 o'clock in the evening I drove home. Unfortunately, I had car trouble and did not arrive at home until midnight. Block. Professor looks furtively at his wife and then, embarrassed, to the floor. See, this guy acts very suspiciously. Very suspiciously. It took him 3 hours to come home from work. He was at work until 9 p.m. on a Saturday night. Oh, the E is still there. It's still there. Good. Very powerful E. This guy took 3 hours to get home from work. Let's make a note of this. That could be important. Where were you in the afternoon? I was at the Institute. Alright. He was at work all day. Let's ask about some of the other names. You want to ask about Linguist, Richard. I'm sorry. Isn't that your boss? Ask about yourself. I'm sorry. I wonder if this is just a big red herring. Because these characters do not have portraits. So maybe I shouldn't spend too much time interrogating them. Well, we could ask about the names of the people on the tour group. I don't think they know any of them. Whatever. Let's just do it. Let's just blast these names out. Hugo. It's only 5. I think it'd be worth paying a visit to each of these people on the tour group as well. Yeah, he's not going to recognize any of them. Nope. Okay. So let's leave. Nothing else to see here. Fuel is getting down about halfway. So we do have to stop at a gas station to refuel sometime. It's not even noon yet, so we got plenty of time still. E. Let's get that E off the screen. Get out of here. In the car. So if we use the phone book, we can find the names of the people on the tour group. And the phone book tells us their address. For example, Bettina and Hugo Schad. Well, here's Hugo right there. Is that even showing up? Yeah. Lives at number 36. So we can go pay him a visit. Boziers. Yvonne lives at 86. She has a phone number as well, so we could try calling her. We have to go to the hotel to call anybody, though. Schmidt. Carlo. There he is. Lives at 52. And then Muller. Franz. There he is. Lives at 66. So last stream I did visit one of these people, Carlo Schmidt. I was able to talk to him briefly. I didn't really get anything though. Let's pay a visit to... Let's just start at the bottom and work our way up. Franz Müller first. He's an old bachelor who's already well in his 60s. He lives in a modest 2-room apartment. Investigate. We feel uncomfortable in this small apartment. Alright. Anything to steal? Okay, let's show him the newspaper. Show him a cigarette. Let's talk to him. Whoops, wrong button. Hern Muller. It's probably supposed to be Herr Muller. Stuckroth. Albert. Nope, don't know him. Ask about the wife. Whoa. Professor Lindquist led the guided tour through the Institute. He informed us masterfully. Okay, don't need to take a note of that. First saw Mr. Schad at the guided tour. Okay. First made Miss Schad's acquaintance on Saturday at the guided tour. You don't know Yvonne. Interesting how some of these characters don't know the other people in the tour group. So Franz Muller only knows the Schads in the tour group. He doesn't know the other 2 people that were in the tour with him. Maybe that's relevant, maybe not. Where were you last night? I participated in the guided tour through the Institute. It's kind of a weak alibi. Where were you in the afternoon? Been at home. So I don't think we got anywhere with this line of interrogation other than he responds, or he acknowledges the Schads, but has nothing to say about the other 2 people. And he literally just acknowledges them. He doesn't really say anything. Let's go somewhere else. We're at 66. We're all the way over there. Where's the Schads? 36? It's a bit of a drive, but we can loop around to the gas station from there. Let's go visit the Schads. In the car. Boom. 36. Boom. Fuel's getting low, so we're gonna have to get some fuel soon, but we got plenty of time. Mrs. Bettina Shot, a rather portly lady about 50 years, opens the door. Investigate the room. The flat makes a neat and tidy impression. On the chest of drawers sits a picture of Wilhelm, the Emperor. Ah, good. Anything to steal? Show the newspaper. Show the cigarette butt. Alright, let's talk. Let's have a little chat. What do you ask the lady about? Oh, the guy's not here. If you want to have information about my husband, you must ask him yourselves. Anyhow, he's rarely at home, and it is my own business. Interesting. So we have to try and track down the husband. Okay. Alright, there's a wrinkle. Let's ask about the dead man. What do you want anyway? He's got nothing to say about the dead body. Very nice man, this Mr. Linguist. Very well versed in his subject. I recognized it at once. Shot dreamily looks into the emptiness. The other people, the tour group. Bosiers, Vavon. I don't know a Mrs. Bosiers. Or do you mean the woman who is also at the Institute? Yes, I do. What do you want anyway? Ah, she's not very forthcoming. Muller Franz. I first met Mr. Muller on Saturday. He always looked at me with a queer expression. A strange old fellow. I mean, that matches with what Mr. Muller said. Hey, Helical, Neo Zero, welcome. Hey, Felly, welcome. Detective Mystery. Not really making much progress yet. Really not making much progress, but I expect this to be how things go. Slow and steady. Who else can we ask about? I should probably make note here. Bettina and Hugo. Only Tina is at home when visited on Sunday. She mentions Bosiers and Muller, but that's about it. Says her husband is barely home. Alright, we don't really have anything else to follow up on with her. We need to ask her alibi. Where were you last night? Saturday evening I was at the Institute of Ethnology, attending a lecture, but you know all this already. Why are you here? You're from the police, aren't you? No, definitely not. Saturday afternoon, I'm at home all the time. Well, I went shopping in between, but otherwise, there's no time for going out. Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Let's go refuel, get the tediousness, the busy work out of the way. We head to 107. Whoops, get out of the car. Oh dear, this is slow. It wasn't like this on the Amiga version. Realism. We gotta sit here and wait for the car to get fueled up. Dude, this game's awesome. So the box the box of the game says that there's action sequences. We've yet to find or get to any of those action sequences. I'm really curious about what the action sequences are going to be like in this game. Let's head to the Money Man, get some money. Hop in the car. Go to 84. It's the man with the deep pockets. Robensburg, Rudolph. Herr Robensburg welcomes us with usual heartiness. My leg hurts me again, he nearly apologetically tells us, leading us limping into the living room. Oh yes, the weather. But tell me, are you making progress? We inform him what we found so far. Very interesting. In case I should forget it, you will not fail because of the money. With a wink in his eye, he slips us a banknote. When I have new instructions for you, I'll call you. Okay, so he refills our money meter. Might as well ask him, since we're here, take this opportunity. Calls the beautiful villa his own. It's furnished with taste. On the walls there are some keepsakes from his father. Anything we can steal? No. Show him the newspaper. Doesn't care. Show him the cigarette. So we can't do anything with the cigarette, but I suspect until Monday. It's barely Sunday afternoon. Talk? We'll just run through the list of names with him, see if we get anything. It's unlikely that he's involved in any way whatsoever, but you never know. Stuckroth, Albert. Now I've hired you to make inquiries. Oh. He doesn't like being interrogated. Oh yeah, he doesn't appreciate us asking him questions. Alright, alright, alright. Well, one more thing. Where were you last night? Now, you're a fine one. As if I had anything to do with this matter. Yeah, I think we are to assume that our employer is simply beyond reproach. There's nothing, he's in no way involved. He's too rich to be involved in crime. Where do we go? What do we do? We got plenty of time. Let's continue paying visits to the tour group people. We went to the Shods, we went to the Muller. Let's go to Bozers. Yvonne Bozers lives at 86. Short drive. Nobody opens. Well, nothing conspicuous here. Alright, never mind. Nothing to do here. She has a phone number we can try calling, but we can only use the phone if we're in our hotel room. Carlo Schmidt, the final person on the tour group, lives at 52. Seems as if Mr. Schmidt expected us, because he's already standing in his door. An apartment that has flair despite being modestly furnished. Show him the paper. Why you show me the stub? Oh. This is the same brand that I smoke myself. Whoa! You don't say. You don't say. You don't say. Carlo Schmidt is now the #1 suspect. And shown the cigarette. But why do you show me the stub? Ah, this is the same brand that I smoke myself. Interesting. Surely only one person in this entire city smokes this brand of cigarettes, and we have just found him. Alright, well that's intriguing. Where were you last night? After the tour, I went home. Make a note. I don't trust him. 5 o'clock I visited the Institute as an attendant of a tour. Okay. Run through the list of names. Stuckroth. Albert. No, I came to know many people. Being an animal preserver, it's impossible to know everybody. He's an animal preserver? I keep misspelling linguist. Sure. Oops. I forgot how to play the game. Shad Ugo. Mr. Shad accompanied his wife at the tour at the Institute. Boring. Not Yvonne, Bettina. Okay, same thing. Miss Rogers was a leading attendant. Not really sure what that means. Okay, so Carlos Schmidt. Nobody else has anything to say about him. Granted, we haven't spoken with Yvonne yet. Nobody else seems to know anything about this character. But he knows about the Shads and the Bajers. He, suspicion. I'm not really sure how to follow up on these suspicions, though. Really not sure. I guess we can ask about Carl Hansen. No. The wife. No. Who's that? Duke Donuts. Thank you very much for the 30-month resub. The 30 mummy resub. Thank you. Hey, Hosanna, welcome. Yeah, we are very limited in what we can and cannot do in our investigation. Very limited. I'm not really sure where to go at the moment. We can start reading the phone book. That's always exciting. We were kind of able to investigate the crime scene. We found a cigarette stub, a cigarette butt at the crime scene, which we were able to pick up. We showed it to this man, Carlos Schmidt, who says it's the same brand of cigarette that he smokes, which is very, very good. But I don't know how to press that line of inquiry any further. Like, maybe he just was smoking while in the museum on the tour, and they paid a visit to this room during the tour, and he just dropped the butt at that time. Maybe he was smoking when he came back later at night to kill the professor. Maybe the mummy was smoking the cigarette. Maybe somebody else entirely was smoking the cigarette. It just so happens to coincidentally be the same brand that this man smokes. That's kind of the only lead, though. Yeah, that's about it. Let's go get some food. Let's go get some food. We are at number 52. Where are the nearby restaurants? Goodness gracious. So I can't really show this on stream because I'm cross-referencing multiple documents. Which makes this kind of a awkward stream game. Because I've got my map here, which I'm looking at. And the phone book here. Map. Phone book. It's like we are here at 52. Where's the nearest restaurant? There's one right here at 100. We can pay them a visit, see if they're open. Most of the restaurants are clustered in this southern part of town. There's one right here. There's one here as well. That's a restaurant. That's a restaurant. That's a restaurant. That's a restaurant all the way over there. 108's a restaurant. The Oyster. What else do we have? 82. Oh, that's all the way over there. 17. That's a restaurant up there. 175 and 152. So these are all the restaurants we can pick from. We're here at 52. Let's just pay a visit to the closest one. 100 is... I can't even read this name. I don't know where we're going. We're going to... What's this say? Hulgeistfeld? Let's go here to eat. I hear they have really delicious burgers. Let's go to Hulgeistfeld. Hopefully they're open. We didn't place a reservation. Hopefully they're open. I've already forgot the number. 100. At the entrance, a wooden board reads, "Closed for repairs from March 13th until the 1st of June." Dude! We got owned. Okay, what I'm going to do here is draw a line through that. They will never be open. We don't ever need to worry about this location. That's one location down. We know there's never going to be anything of interest here. 185 more to go. Good. Let's look. Same thing. Alright, well, we still need to eat. So let's head to the other restaurant, which was nearby. What was it, 117? I don't know. Zoom Gold Engel? That sounds good. Let's eat some gold. Hop in the car. 117. Could have just walked there. Zoom Gold and then Engel. Oh! We made it in. We're in Hamburgerburg. Hamburgerburg. Immediately after we enter, we're surrounded by a group of waiters. We're led to a table. "What do you wish to eat, gentlemen?" Wilhelm orders fried sausage and a salad. You go to Hamburgerburg and order a salad? Dude, get out of here. Get out of here. Disappointing. You're sitting in a very noble restaurant. The stiff behavior of the guests radiates a somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere. I understand. Anything we can take? No. Check out this cigarette butt I'm holding in my pocket. Can we talk to the waiter? We can ask the waiter. Oh, let's see if the waiter gets us any information. Almost certainly not. Don't know him. Waiter, where were you last night? The waiter looks at us aghast. I beg you, cause no stir. We are an established restaurant. Okay, let's not interrogate the help staff. It is good to know that we can eat here. So oops. So 117 is a viable restaurant. Okay, good. Like, I don't see any reason to investigate or interrogate or ask questions to this guy. So let's get back in the car. Alright, we're about out of leads, out of suspects. The trail has hit a dead end. So this is where we just spend some time doing a self-guided tour, I guess. I don't freaking know what to do. Let's read the phone book. Alright, what sticks out here? Where should we go? The city is our oyster. We have all of Hamburg to visit. We can go to church. We can go to a bar. We can go to a doctor. Detective. Dentist. Chemists. General stores. Forensic Medical Institute. That sounds pretty cool. Harbor Authority. We can pay a visit to an ironmonger. We can go mong some iron. Forensic Medical Institute. Institute of Chemistry. That could be interesting. A jeweler? I really don't know what to do. Go to the bar. Ask everyone about the mummy. Yeah. Look, so let's think. Let's review. Let me review my notes here. Dead body found Saturday evening, 10 p.m. in his office. Body was found lying in front of the desk on which the mummy was placed. Strangled with an old linen cloth, as was found inside the sarcophagus. Body was found by the head of the institute, Professor Richard Lindquist. How do we follow up on that? How do we get any more information? Certainly the police. Certainly the police can help us. It's just figuring out how to get access to what the police know. Because when we show up at the institute and talk to the police officer there at the crime scene, he tells us he'll inform the police that we're coming. So we need to follow up that thread. We need to rendezvous with the police and discover what they know. Inspector Otmar Vonkin is leading the investigation. Does he have a home? He does not have an address here. At least not in the phone book. We cannot go to the murder commission because it's closed. We can go to the police president? Murder commission is 85. Let's go to the Forensic Medical Institute. That sounds fun. 25. Yo, spiritual chief of the Gronks, welcome. I don't know if this game even really has like flag-based progression. Get in the car. 25. Forensic Medical Institute's closed. Oh, well, alright. Standing in front of the Institute. It doesn't even say when it's open. I mean, it's Sunday afternoon. Most places would be closed, probably. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think this game has like flag-based story progression. Maybe there are very specific things we have to do to unlock other things, but I don't think it really works that way. It might. Because the goal of the investigation is to gain enough information. It's more about just uncovering information through the very, very bare bones dialogue system. Ask the right questions to the right people, maybe at the right times. And by questions, I just mean names. Find the right items to show to the right people as well. We could try going to church. That's a good idea. I went to one church. Let's go to the Protestant church. 137. We go into the church, find ourselves the only people there. Church seems to have been erected at the turn of the century. Furnished modestly in modern style. Anything to steal? No. Anyone to talk to? No one. Alright, well that was fun. We're Catholics now. Let's go to the Catholic church. 150. We go into the church, find ourselves the only people inside. I think we might have missed the service. It's probably in the morning. Catholic City Church is a building from the 17th century. It's very generously furnished. Oh. Anything to steal? No. Anyone to talk to? No. Alright. There's just, at the moment, there does not seem to be much we can do. Unless we just randomly visit different places. I know, I wish we got unique pictures for every location, but no, only some places have pictures. Let's visit the slaughterhouse. That sounds cool. Hop in the car. Travel 24. Site is deserted. The main entrance is closed. Oh. Well, that was not cool. That was in fact quite lame. It's only 3 in the afternoon. Let's go visit the town hall. $16. Town hall's closed. Although Wilhelm discovers a half-open window, he cannot break into the building because of his body size. Stand in front of the town hall. A poster announces Mr. Rontgen's lecture. Okay, the newspaper tells us about the lecture, which will be taking place Monday evening at 8 p.m. It's about the isotopes and all molecules, nonsense like that. The isotopes of the hydrogen molecule. Well, it sounds riveting. It sounds exciting. Oh. I'm not too worried about the walkthrough, but it's good to know that it's there. See, even though I don't really know what to do at the moment, I think it's because it's more so that we can only do certain things on certain days or at certain times of certain days. And so we cannot follow one line of inquiry or follow up on one specific thing until we've exhausted that thing because we're time gated by so many different factors. So like the cigarette that I want to investigate, the stores that sell cigarettes are both closed until Monday. So there's just nothing we can do about that, period. The police seem to also be closed. I haven't really tried too hard to follow up or get into the police. Besides the fact that the murder commission was closed. As we progress, we'll get newspapers updating us about new murders each day. Not each day, but I think there's 3 murders that take place over the course of the game. I think the second one happens on Tuesday, and then one on Wednesday, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the weather is inclement. Like, I feel like this lab has got to be important, but how would we ever know what we need to investigate in the lab by the time we have to use it? Like, the lab's only available from 3 to 4 p.m. on Monday. That's a very small window of time you can use this laboratory. You have to call in advance to use it. But what would we use it for? Are we going to be running some sort of tests on the cigarette? Is that a thing we can do? Probably. Should I be researching how to perform tests on the cigarette? Just generic tests? We're just going to test the cigarette? What sort of cigarette test are we going to do? You look at the manual. In the laboratory. See, look, there's a diving place. This exciting sequence with superb sound. You plunge into the freezing cold waters of the Aster. 2 important exhibits are thought to be lying. For diving, you need special clothes which you can find in the city. Underwater, you must escape the dangers and find the exhibits. Dude, I can't freaking wait till we go diving. Maybe we should just try and go diving. In the laboratory, you can experiment in the laboratory to obtain proofs. You must find out the corresponding ways of experimentation in the library. You find the necessary chemicals in the chemist's shop. When you have all you need, go to the laboratory. You're on your way. Okay, so I guess we should follow up these leads here in the manual. They're not in-game universe. This is out-of-game universe leads. Further special areas, as well as the above-mentioned special areas, there are the other interesting places all over the city. You can visit the opera, or listen to the explanation about the mummy. So this is the guy giving the lecture on molecule isotopes of hydrogen. Further information can be obtained with the help of Detective Lukes. With him, you can observe every building. You receive an observation report from him the next day. So we can... I haven't even visited this detective. We can enlist the aid of a private detective to help us in our investigation. So that's probably going to be really important. Okay, we got a couple more things we can do here. A couple more things we can try. We need to go to the library to learn about the different experiments we can do. We should visit the diving store just to see what that's like. Start preparing to go diving, since we know that we're going to eventually need to go diving, even though in the game we haven't found a reason to do anything about it. We know it'll come up eventually, so we should probably get ready for that. And visit the detective. Alright. Private detective is at 99. Let's go. Maybe we just call him. Let's just pay him a visit. Niner. The detective agency's closed. Old dirty sign indicates the detective agency. Open daily from 8 to 9 a.m. What? 1 hour? How do you survive as a business if you're only open 1 hour a day? Come on. 8 to 9 a.m.? That's it? So we have to go here immediately. Okay. Make a note. Detective looks at 99. Open daily from 8 to 9 a.m. I used to know this sandwich place years back. Different town, different state, in fact. A sandwich place called Jim's Lunch. They were only open for like 3 hours a day. Only from like, I think it was 11 to 2 or something like that. You could only go there for lunch, and they only had a couple sandwiches. You had to pay cash. I'm pretty sure that place was a drug front. But they made really good sandwiches. I'll give them that much. It was very bizarre. Just happening upon a location. It was only open for a couple hours a day, so we had to visit. And yeah, it turns out they make good sandwiches. But it felt very strange going in there. I think you'd also pay by like personal check made out directly to the owner of the establishment. Or cash. So it was very, very suspicious. But the food was good. Food was good. What am I doing? Let's go to the library. Library of Hamburg, number 90. It's quite the drive. Oh, librarian! Library's a busy place. We put ourselves in front of a counter, behind which a very zealously working librarian is sitting. Librarian shows us a series of numbered books. So, he has a list of 20 books here. Goodness gracious. I've already forgotten which book I want. Let's go with 9. This book's been loaned out. We're inside a very ordinary library. Nothing conspicuous. I don't even know what book I asked for. You think we can steal? Check out the cigarette. Hey, Ragadon, welcome. Dude, I love the graphics in this game. What little graphics there are incredible. I guess we asked the librarian about the names that I have. I don't think this is going to lead anywhere. I'm sorry. I don't know how to get the list of books again. I think we have to leave and come back in the room. We have to walk out of the library, get in our car, walk back in the library in order to speak with this man again. I'm going to make a note of the different books he has to offer, so I don't have to keep going through this. Okay. Town library. It's at 90. We have 01. Gotha and Faust. I probably pronounced that wrong. 02. Grimm Fairy Tales. The Beeble. Marx das Kapital. The Amiga version has a little bit of sound. I think the DOS version might as well, but I was never able to find like disk images to do my own install. I think you can only configure the sound. If there is sound in the DOS version, it has to be configured during the installation of the game, and I couldn't find disk images, only pre-installed copies of the game. So we can't tinker with the settings on the DOS version. The Amiga version has sound on the title screen, and the manual advertises sound during the action sequences, which we haven't got to any of those yet. I can't wait to see what the action sequences are like. I'm so excited for them. I'm literally just writing down the names of these books. This is gaming here. Reading the phone book, writing down lists. Chemotoxicals. Like, that sounds like a cool book. Let's see if we can get Chemotoxicals. I asked for 9 just randomly. That was no can rent. Beethoven. I wonder if these are like actual legitimate books. I know some of them sound like it. Medic Procedures. That could be an important book as well. Habitat birds. Maybe we need to go bird watching. None of these books seem like they would have anything to do with a mummy. But one of them might. Yeah, Native Earth does sound interesting. Let's ask for the Native Earth. I'm sorry. This book's been loaned out. I'll have to come back in 2 weeks. Okay, never mind. No can rent. I suspect he's going to say the same thing. Oh, dude, we have to go through his spiel every single time. Ah. Alright, whatever. Let's start cheating. I'm going to crank up the CPU cycles to speed things up a little bit. I think I'm going to heavily manipulate the CPU cycles just to speed things up. Which may backfire from time to time. This is still about as fast as we can scroll through this. Chemotoxicals. We're going to go for that one next. Book number 10. There we go. Okay, I saw this one once before. Yes. With potassium chromium, a very nice color reaction is produced as described here. One mixes 1 pipette of potassium chromium with the relevant substance and then warms the orange mixture for approximately half a minute. If you're adding an indicator, the mixture will be dark if the substance contained lead. Screenshot. Boom. I have now photocopied this book. Libraries hate him. This one weird trick. Chemotoxicals book. Beautiful. Well, let's try again. Another book. I wish there was a faster way to do this. Faust, fairy tales, the Bible, Das Kapital. Biology, maybe? Chemistry. Let's go to the chemistry. Just basic chemistry. Book number 8. Proof of iron connection. One prepares 1 pipette blood salt solution. The substance to be tested is then added to the solution. If there's an iron connection, deep blue sediment will immediately develop. Okay. This is pretty cool. And so we can test things for lead or iron. This is Kristen Chemistry. The other one was Holmes Chemotoxicals. I'm just taking screenshots of these books. I don't think this sort of like looking at the books will trigger any like progression flags. I think it's just information. So now when we visit or when we have the need to perform one of these experiments, we now know exactly what chemicals we need to pick up at the chemist first. So that's good. Let's check out some more books. Let's just get this nonsense over with. Let's do a save here. I'm gonna call this book. Back in the car. Back out of the car. I haven't even looked at the Commodore 64 version. Haven't even looked at it. I just immediately assumed the Amiga DOS version would be better. Maybe the C64 one came first. I think this is pretty cool as far as adventure games go. Like, I'm into this. This is pretty cool. It's definitely an interesting and unique way to construct and tell a story. The very open-ended nature of the game means that no two players will ever have the same experience trying to uncover the story, which is interesting. It's cool. It remains to be seen yet if the story they're trying to tell, the mystery, is good, because we can't really get anywhere into it yet, or if the proofs we have to obtain are reasonable to discover or not. I mean, there's still a lot up in the air. But I'm into this so far. Let's look at the medical procedures book, number 16. Oh, identification of blood. This is good. One prepares the solution as follows. 1 pipette of failing solution, 1 pipette of indicator are mixed together. Blood salt solution is then added until a yellow color appears. This mixture is then heated for 3/4 of a minute. If human blood is now added, it'll immediately turn white. Screenshot. Okay, this is the Walter Medic Procedures book. Get back in the car. Back out. This is a very tedious process here, but we only have to do this once. A lot of these just seem to be completely unrelated to anything. Grim Fairy Tales, I don't think we're ever going to need to do that one, or the Bible, or this Das Capital. Explosives, maybe. Have I done biology? Have I tried 7 yet? No, let's go for 7 this time. Linder Biology. Come back in 2 weeks. I hope it... No can... Alright. Get in the car. Get out of the car. A impending disaster, welcome. We're playing a puzzle game, a mystery adventure puzzle game. Very relaxed, slow pace, piecing together clues and following up leads, conversing with people. I like this game. This is cool. What book do we want to try now? This is insane. Explosives. Instructions regarding the manufacture of nitroglycerine. The manufacture of this substance is extremely dangerous, and great care should therefore be taken. 1 pipette of vitriol, 1 pipette of nitric acid, 1 pipette of glycerin must be mixed together in the cold. Yellow colored oil will develop, which sinks to the bottom. Dude, we got nitroglycerin. Screenshot. Are we gonna have to make a bomb? Did we just find the anarchist's cookbook? What the heck? It's sick. Udichi, thank you very much for the 2-month resub. Welcome. Appreciate it. We're literally just reading books and doing very little at the moment, but this is cool. This was book number 6, Nobel Explosives. Alright, good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, the manual promises action scenes, Silo. I can't wait for the action sequences. So there will be things which we can do in this game. They're just few and far between. Okay. Well, let's try and get another book. Get back in the car. The majority of the game is just going to be information gathering, though. Absolutely. Detecting. Explosives, biology, chemistry. So which ones? Let's see. I tried explosives, biology, chemistry. I tried evolution. I tried chemotoxicals. I don't see much reason to do like the German history or our Emperor or Beethoven books. Or Into Battle. We were able to get medic procedures, but not native Earth. Like, none of these others seem relevant. Let's try Beethoven. 14. Nope. So it's unlikely that we'll get any of these other books. I feel like I should just try them all out, though. What's this like? Bozuma! Oh, dude, look at that. He's at the opera. Oh, we gotta go to the opera. 7 graphics, 6.5 sound, 7 power Vertung. Some pretty good scores. Bozuma. Mystery of the Mummy. I don't want to get spoilers. I can't look at too many reviews. You never know what these reviewers are going to throw in there to trick you up with. So we can keep trying books. It's getting kind of boring. We could keep trying these books. I feel like I've gotten what I need out of these books. So let's put a pause on the book investigation. If we find any reason or any need to learn about German history or the Bible or Grimm fairy tales or communism or military techniques or bird habitats or anything like that, I have a list of the books. We can try to search them. But for now, let's put a pin in that idea. Let's go refuel the car. What's that, 107? Yeah. Oh, it goes so much faster since I turned up the CPU cycles. Let's go get my money refilled. What was the money, man? Let's save these books. Mystery of the Mummy books. I literally just took screenshots of the different books. I'm cheating. Open up the map again. 84 is the money, man. So our investigation has made very little progress in this first day. That's okay. Bids us farewell. Alright, money. Let's save here. Oh, we can't save while in the car. Okay. Let's go get a meal at the Oyster real quick. Oh, food. Save. Day 1. Sure. You can only have 4 save games at a time, by the way. We can only carry 4 objects in our inventory at a time as well. Graphically, and in terms of gameplay, Bozma is extremely solid, even if it can quickly become confusing for inexperienced players because of the amount of information. Yeah. 95% of them played for maybe 30 to 60 minutes. That's almost definitely the case. I guess we head back home to the hotel. What time is it? It's Sunday evening. You think there'd be something fun to do Sunday evening? Can we go to the opera? 48. Let's try going to the opera. Let's just show up at the opera. Hello, let me in. The portal is closed. Nobody's visible. Building days from the 17th century. Ah, here we go. Okay. Hamburg Opera. Holy smokes. 48. Can't even see who that is. Astral Vortex, welcome. Thank you for the 6-month resub. Beautiful skeletons. So Monday to Tuesday, the Berlin Philharmony plays Mozart. 8 p.m. So all I'm doing for my notes, it's very, very, very basic. I have a notepad file. I'm just making a very boring list here in Notepad. I've taken a lot of notes so far. I've taken a lot of notes, and we've made 0 progress into solving this mystery, but things that just will speed things up in the future. You know, put the names of person, their address, their phone number, points of interest. I haven't visited this character, Edelberg von Gravelius, yet today. We visited him on Friday. We haven't had a reason to visit him yet in today's session of playing, but doesn't mean we're not supposed to. And then notes on the different buildings, tobacco stores, when they're open, all this stuff. A lot of notes. So we can't go to the opera until Monday night. We go to a bar? Just go hang out at a bar? Irma Ladoche. 135. Let's go to the bar. The only bar in the phone book. When you try to enter, the ape-like bouncer blocks our way, but a banknote from Wilhelm softens him quickly. The bar smells oppressively of parfum. In the corners, some ladies sit around and look bored. We seat ourselves at the bar, and one of the ladies joins us. In the darkly red and dim light, you can hardly notice particular things. Anything to steal? Nope. Let's show this lady the newspaper. Show her this cigarette butt. Alright, let's talk to her. The lady. So again, dialogue is constrained to asking people about names of other people. So we can just run down the list of names we have. Hello, random person that we do not know. Do you know there's a dead man named Albert Stuckroff? Nobody reacts to the questions. Surname. I almost typed surname. Do you know Lisette? I mean, this seems like the longest of long shots here. Let's go through all my names. Alright, well that didn't go anywhere. Where were you last night, huh? Of course, I have been in the convent. I am senior nursing officer there. The lady is a nurse at a convent? What? Where were you yesterday afternoon? Where were you yesterday morning? We can read our notes. Look at these notes, dude. Imagine reading these. Oh. Okay. Well, that was a fun time. What was the... Where am I again? Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. 135. Okay. So I don't know why, but we can visit this bar. Alright, I'll make a note of that. I probably have to pay my... bribe the bouncer again. Yeah. Bar smells oppressively of perfume. I think that drained a little bit of money. Let's head back to the hotel. Mr. Ravensburg has called you. He wants you to phone him back as soon as possible. Alright. This is our employer. His voice is an excitement which he can hardly suppress. If you read it in the newspaper, that changes everything. Please look into this affair. I'll call you back. So, I think he calls us every day. We were supposed to get that message at the start of this day. Although I don't think it really changes anything. Because he initially hired us to just investigate the mummy. But now that there's been a murder, he wants us to investigate that as well. Let's call some of these other numbers I have. Because when you call somebody, you don't get the chance to like interrogate them or do anything other than get a response. So if we call Professor Lindquist, 53886. This is Lindquist House. Can I help you? The professor's not at home. Okay, let's call Carl Hansen, 41996. Nobody answers. Okay, let's call Lisette Stuckroff. For some reason I don't have their number written down. 63238. Good morning. It's not a morning. We asked for Mrs. Stockroth. The lady is unable to speak to you. Please come and see her personally. Alright. Let's call Yvonne Bogers, 40715. Good day, Bill here. If I could ask some questions. I don't give any information. Okay. Let's call the detective. 12430. Good morning. It's not morning. I'm sorry, we do not give any information on the telephone. Please come and see us in the morning. Okay, we can't call. Let's call... I don't even know who to call. Let's call the Chemical Institute. 21340. Calling about the laboratory. I cannot help you. Please phone us again later. Oh, that's the same phone number that we called to rent the lab. Interesting. Let's call... the police? Murder Commission, 42589. I want to ask you some questions concerning the mummy murder. Are you a chap from the press? I've had enough of you pen pushers. Let's call the police president. 61173. Is the president there? Oh, she swore. The boss is on holiday. I don't know when he'll be back. Thank you. Let's call... let's call... I don't see any reason to call anybody. I don't want to just call random names. We didn't make any progress towards the water diving situation. The Divers Club does not have a phone number. Just have to pay them a visit sometime. The library. Don't need to call. Do the tobacco stores have phone numbers? No. Maybe we just sleep. Maybe at this point now we just wait for the morning. Like, I can't think of anything else to do. Save. Oh. So erase day 1. It's only 6 p.m. We've run out of things to do. So... I guess we just sleep till morning? Because Monday morning we can go to the tobacco store, We can probably go to the police. There should be a lot of things we can do Monday morning. So let's just sleep till Monday morning. We can't get our car out of the garage until 8 in the morning on Monday. Which means then we have to immediately go to the detective because they're only open from 8 to 9 in the morning. Which is insane, but that's how it is. Where is the detective on the map? Detective is at 99. Okay, that's kind of on the way to the newspaper. 99. Na, 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 na. Oh, Sheriff Ram, welcome. Thank you for the 7-month resub. Enjoying these tunes. I guess we sleep till the morning and then go to the detective? We have made 0 progress. So let's take a nap. 6. Let's do a 12-hour nap. Is there more stuff we can be doing? Probably. But how would you know? Okay. Let's erase that one and do a day 2 save. Okay, so it's just past 6 in the morning. We cannot use the car until after 8 in the morning, but we can go for a walk and still travel to different places. What are the places nearby? Let's take a look here. So we're at number 37 in the top right. 38 and 51. Oh, did I hate doing this? What's 38 and 51? We just have to scan the phone book for the number 38. I think... no. No, I'm not going to do that. Let's see how much time it takes to walk across town to get the newspaper. So we're going to walk from 37 all the way to 29. Let's just see how much time that takes. A little over an hour to walk here. And this kiosk is closed anyway. Interesting. But when do they open? Are they open now? It's past 8. Maybe we have to like leave and refresh the screen. Let's walk to 22 and then come back. Yeah, the establishment does not open while we're there. We have to leave and come back for it to change states. Okay, so what's the morning paper? The Monday paper. What's this like? Another break at the Institute. Within 2 days, the laboratory of the Institute of Ethnology was once again the scene of crime last evening. As the police reports, the unknown burglars invaded the room which witnessed the murder of Professor Stuckroth 52 hours ago and destroyed the mummy which was still there. So, that seems bad. I feel like it's not good to destroy the mummy. Isn't that like bad? Isn't that how mummies' curses tend to go? They've destroyed the mummy. The police can only guess at the reason for the senseless deed. It could not yet be determined if there is a connection between the murder and the break-in of last evening. This is a very mysterious problem. We are without car. on the other side of town. Let's just walk to 101. It's closed. Why? Why you close? Closed? Let's walk to 99. I missed it. I showed up at 9 o'clock. They've already closed. I got there at 9 a.m. and they're already closed. Son of a gun. Okay, restore. Oh, the clock's freaking out here. I don't know what time it is, or if this save game worked. Let's call Mr. Robbinsburg. 54243. Things are getting more and more confused. Try to find out something. So he's reacting to the newspaper article, which we don't have access to yet, that says the mummy was destroyed. We can't use the car because it's that time. It's that time. I don't know how to read a clock with 2 hour hands. But we can just wait. Okay, after 8, the garage opens. So let's drive to the detective now. At the detective agency, the work ethic does not seem to be very great. After entering the agency and overcoming the coughing attack brought on by the smoke, the detective forces himself to put down his feet from the desk. Good morning. Please fill in this formular, he tells us morosely. Observation instructions for Monday address. What? Okay. What? Okay, so we just tell him an address, and he will observe that address and report back to us the next day? Or maybe we need to come back to him on the next day? Oh dear. Who do we observe? Franz Muller. Carlo Schmidt. 52. Can we talk to him? Oh, we can. Give me a task, and I can give you information. Okay, maybe we can't talk to him. Show him the newspaper. Show him the butt. No. Alright. So he's going to be observing the guy who smokes the same cigarettes that we found at the scene of the crime. Is that good? Bad? I don't know. I don't know. Should I have done that? I don't know. Let's get another newspaper. Oops. Again, we can read this. There's only one article in this paper. Now we can show this paper to people. I clicked the wait button on accident. Okay, it's 9 in the morning. Let's go to the tobacco store. They're both open. 105 and 145. 105's a bit closer to us. We enter the tobacco shop. Having called for some time, a somewhat untidy assistant comes out of the back room from where voices are audible. Can I help you? Tell me about the cigarette. Oh yes, the cigarette's from our assortment, the saleswoman says and enlightens us. It's a special mixture, preferred by a few customers only. Oh, we're getting somewhere. I mean, we already know one of the guys who smokes this cigarette. This is Faber and Grundig. Okay. Oh yes, the cigarette is from our assortment. Saleswoman says it enlightens us. It's a special mixture. Few customers only. A brilliant achievement of our house, she tells us, and proudly opens a big book. Here you see only a few people are reserved the pleasure of smoking it. I'm literally writing down verbatim what they're telling me. Just because it'll make things easier in the long run, I suspect. Alright, we have more names we can chase down. More names we can chase down. Rudolph Ravensburg? Really? Interesting, interesting. Interesting, interesting. Gotthilf Fischer. Rudolph Ravensburg. So Rudolph Ravensburg, that's our employer. That's the guy who's commissioned us to do this investigation in the first place. Very suspicious that he smokes the same cigarettes, the same custom cigarettes that were found at the scene of the crime. Carlo Schmidt was on the tour given of the scene of the crime only a few hours prior to said crime. Gotthilf Fischer and Anton Schmipke? I don't know. Look at the phone book. Fischer. We have an address for Fischer, but no phone number. Lives at 11. Schmipke. We have an address, but no phone number. Lives at 119. Whoops. See if we can ask her about these names. Fischer. Gotthilf. Our tobacco flavors are famous because they're excellent quality. That's why we have such exquisite customers. I'm not in the mood to tell you anything. She flirts. Whoops. Very strange name. Okay, I don't think we're going to get anything out of her. We got the list of names, and that's good. I guess we can try and chase down these leads. Oh, so we are at 105. Fuel's getting somewhat low. Food's getting somewhat low. 11 and 119 are the nearest places. We're right next to the gas station. Eleven's really far away. 119's not too far. I guess let's go manage our meters real quick. Let's get this taken care of. Blub, 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 blub. To 84. Get my money back. What happens if we show him the cigarette? No way that this guy's involved. Doesn't care. Okay. 108 for the food. Okay, now let's drive around town and follow up these leads. 119. 119 is the address of Anton Schmipke, one of the people who smokes this brand of cigarette. We are forced to knock several times at the shabby door before an unshaven, unkempt-looking man opens it. Before we're able to say something, he runs down the stairs in a disturbed state. We follow him quickly, but he's already beyond our reach. Whoa. Reaper Bond. Interesting. Unshaven, unkempt. We knock on his door, and before we can say anything, he runs away. If that's not suspicious, then I don't know the meaning of the word. His apartment's on the 3rd floor of an old tenement house. It smells musty, the plaster's falling off the walls. Can we steal anything? No? Alright. Well, we can't do anything here, because there's nobody to talk to or no items to interact with. Very suspicious, though. Well, let's go to the other person who smokes these cigarettes. What if we're meant to wait? Wait. What if we're meant to wait here? Boom. Now get out of the car. Nobody opens it. Interesting. Alright. Gautel Fisher is an old-age pensioner. In spite of his 80 years, still has an active mind. In his flat, you find books in almost every language scattered throughout the rooms. You know, gentlemen, I'm working at the deciphering of old Hebraic scripts, he says. It's my only personal interest. On the shelves, floor, and in the cupboards, hundreds of books in all languages of the world are piled up. Old and new novels, scientific discourses, and others. Anything to steal? No? Show the cigarette? Oh, this is one of my brands. Where'd you find it? I really do smoke only at home. Interesting. Interesting. You know Mr. Schmipke? First name Anton? No. Do you know Ravensburg? Rudolph. Stuckroth. Whoops. So this man's interested in language. Got books of all different languages. He's translating scripts. That's his only interest. 80 years old. I don't think this is our suspect. I think our suspect's the guy who ran away the instant he saw us. That seems likely. I probably should have had the detective scout him out, but there's no way of knowing that. We'd have to use foreknowledge of the game to know that, because the detective's only open from 8 to 9 in the morning. The tobacco store is only open after 9. And you go to the tobacco store to figure out the name of this guy who buys these cigarettes, so you then have to retroactively go back in time and have him preemptively investigate the house that you don't even know about yet. In the context of the game's narrative, it makes no sense, but as a game, maybe that's how we approach the puzzle. What else do we do? What else do we do? What else do we do? Can we visit the Institute? I don't think we're going to get anywhere interrogating this man. Where were you Saturday evening? Sometimes visits bookshops. Doesn't even own a clock. If you watch the time, it passes much faster. Ah, this is just an old man. Leave him alone. 101. Institute of Ethnology. It's still closed. Interesting. So at 8 o'clock tonight, there's a lecture at the town hall. It's not even noon yet, so you have a lot of time to kill before that. At 8 o'clock tonight, there's also the opera. But the opera is also Tuesday. The opera is either Monday or Tuesday, but the lecture is only tonight. So we'll go to the lecture tonight and then go to the opera tomorrow. The Amiga version was perfectly playable, perfectly stable. I'm playing the DOS one because it's faster. That's pretty much it. I can crank up the CPU cycles and speed things up. I'm much more comfortable in the DOS environment as opposed to Amiga. There's no disk swapping in the DOS version either, so that speeds things up a bit. What do we do? Police. Murder commission. 85. Portier asks for the name of the person we want to visit. The policeman in the institute told us that he wanted to announce our arrival. Bill is my name. Oh, you want to visit Inspector Vontken. Room 211. Inspector Otmar Vontken courteously welcomes us. How can I help you? We'd like to have details about the murder in the Institute of Ethnology. If you would be so kind and let us look at the protocols. Gentlemen, you know as well as I do that police reports are not for the public's eyes. We investigate in private order and assure you of our greatest discretion. Surely you don't intend to turn down such a Samuel favor. I am sorry, the inspector says stiffly. Look at the room. You're sitting in the office of the inspector. Next to him sits his assistant. There are misspellings everywhere. Anything to steal? Nope. Let's show the cigarette butt. Show the Sunday paper. Show the Monday paper. Alright, let's talk. Insp Vonkten. Well, let's run through the list of names. Stuproth. Albert. Cannot and may not give you any further information about people. What? Vonkten Otmar. I heard a lot of people say that, Ragadon. No, just books. I didn't realize they were stacked in such a way to be so confusing. Nope, no German flags in this room. No US flags either. No. Floor's Lava, welcome. Thank you for the 34 millennia resub. That's a long time. Thank you. We're trying to figure out the mystery of the mummy. Inspector, where were you A flush of anger covers his face. For a moment, it seems as if he's going to lose his control. Then he struggles for air, regains his composure. Get out of here! He does not like us asking for his alibi. So he's not going to answer any of our questions. He's not going to show us his protocols or his current research. I think what we need to do to convince him to change his mind is show him something important. Because that's the only way we can interact with these people. We can ask him about names, ask for an alibi, or show him an object. That's literally all we can do to interact with him. Alright, well, we made it in. We got in the room, but we made no progress there. What the heck? I guess I should make a note. Gotthilf Fisher is 80 years old, keeps to himself, doesn't have a clock, likes languages and books, zero suspicion. There we go. Let's visit the Divers Club. 49. Divers Club is a small wooden hut at the bank of the Alster. Board hangs at the door. Meeting of the First Divers Club of Hamburg every 4th Sunday of the month and every Wednesday and Thursday. Okay, so you have to wait till Wednesday? What time? Divers Club of 1911 at 49. Meeting of the First Divers Club of Hamburg every 4th Sunday of the month, every Wednesday and Thursday. Okay, so I have to come back here on Wednesday at the earliest. Do you know what time? No. Anything to steal? No. Okay. Well, well, well. Let's go visit the guy, Richard Lindquist, head of the Institute of Ethnology. His place of business, the place he is in charge of, has had 2 subsequent break-ins, 2 subsequent incidents, a murder and a burglary, on 2 separate days. Let's go talk to him. Let's go track him down. He's at 87. What the heck is he doing? Oh, he's not home. Okay, never mind. Can we go to the different institutes? Institute of Chemistry, Forensic Medical Institute. Let's go to the Forensic Medical Institute. That sounds fun. 25. Oh, foot! As we enter the laboratory, Mr. Wabeck pulls a cloth over a corpse. Hello, Dr. Wabeck. We'd like to ask you some questions. Hello, Bill. Are you here because of Pitt Cabell? Who's that? I've just finished a session with him. Ha ha ha. Oh, that's the dead person. He's making a little graveyard joke, little forensic joke. No, we've heard about it. Nasty. Well, what do you want? Pit Cobble. I haven't heard about it. Is that a joke? Name's not in the phone book. We're inside a great white paneled laboratory in which at least 20 marble desks have been put. On at least half of the desks there are corpses covered in white cloth. Anything to take? No. Show the cigarette. Show the paper. Show the paper. Speak. Alright, Dr. Vabek, if that's your real name. Tell me about Stuckroth. Ah, the mummy murder. Do you have orders to defend the mummy before the court? Ho 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 ho. This guy's a loon. No, doing some research work for a client. Oh, yes, of course. It was meant to be a joke, the doctor snorts with laughter, bringing teardrops into his eyes. In our eyes, he seems to be somewhat grotesque. But, to be serious, the dead person has evidently been strangled with an old linen cloth that was 5 centimeters broad. The death came after 30 seconds. No chance to defend himself. Now, this seems really important. This seems really important here. Shuffle that down there. We are at the Forensic Med Insti, located at 25. Dr. Vabek tells us when asked about Stuckroth, evidently been strangled with an old linen cloth, 5 centimeters broad. Death came after 30 seconds. And the victim crashed to the floor, sustaining a cut at the back of his head. Also, the victim was deprived of his shirt. It's an interesting way to word that. Possibly the persons who committed the crime wanted to extinguish traces. Thank you very much, Dr. Vabek. Let's make a note of that. That seems important. So they killed him, they choked him out, and stole his shirt. They choked him out and stole his shirt. Very strange, very bizarre, very odd behavior. Let's ask some more questions. Surely we won't get anything about the wife. No, he's not appeared yet. If he comes here sometime, I'll tell you that you asked for him. I think we can only ask him about dead people. Yeah, I suspect we'll only get anywhere asking him about dead people. I forgot the name of the person he asked us about. Where were you? Saturday evening, huh? Mostly at the Institute. I don't know. I feel like we won't get anywhere interrogating him any further until somebody else dies. Let's go to the Chemistry Institute. 44. We cannot enter. Cool picture. A sign informs us that we're in front of the Imperial Chemical Institute. The Imperial Chemical Institute. What do they do here? Maybe we have to build a bomb and blow our way up. Blow our way inside. The Imperial Chemical Institute. Huh. Alright, well. It's noon. We have 8 hours until the lecture. I don't freaking know what to do. Let's pay a visit to Carl Hansen. Nobody answers. Alright, let's not. Let's pay a visit to... I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Yvonne Bozier's is home. There she is! She's home. Okay. She's home on Monday noon. I don't know what other time she'll be here. Bozier is not especially friendly in her welcome when we introduced ourselves. She seems to be a lover of art. In her apartment, many precious lithographs hang on the wall. Anything to steal? Show her the cigarette. Show her the papers. Alright, let's talk. You know, I'm acquainted with many people in all European metropoles, but I'm not a who is who. Okay. So she doesn't know or respond to the deceased. We do have to start asking people about Rudolph. It's unlikely that he's going to be involved still, but it's worth checking. Mr. Lindquist was our guide during the tour at the Institute. Okay. So we have two main leads. One of them was on the tour group here, Carlo Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt participated in the guided tour at the Institute. Okay, thank you. Hugo? Only know them from the guided tour. Okay. Nothing of value was learned. Ask the other names. It's the old man who smoked the cigarettes. Check the other cigarette lead. No. Well, where were you Saturday evening? Does not concern you. Don't mix my private affairs, please. And now I want you to leave the house. No. Where were you Sunday evening? We got literally nothing out of her. What was the point of coming here? We got nothing out of this. Is there anything else we could ask her about? It doesn't look like it. Okay, bye. Where do we go? I don't freaking know what to do. Let's just get some fuel, get some food, and let's just wait till the evening and go to the lecture, I guess. I have no idea what we're meant to be doing. Fuel, 107. Oops, 107. $84 for the money. $108 for food. Let's delete the book save. Let's do a test save. I like my test save. The lecture's at the town hall at 8 p.m. So let's just go to the town hall and then just sit in our car and wait for 6 hours or however long it'll be. I don't know what to do. Town hall, 16. It's almost 1 o'clock. So let's wait till 8. Dude, look at my food. Oh, I'm gonna starve. I'm gonna die. Can I survive this? Well, we saved. Oh, dude, I might perish. Okay. Get out of the car. Okay. We barely survived. Oh, look at this. New graphics. Town hall is full of bustling activity. At the moment, Konrad Röntgen is demonstrating the fantastic abilities of his new invention. We make our way through the crowd to the place where Röntgen stands. Standing in the town hall, around Mr. Röntgen's apparatus, interested people are crowding. Others stand in small groups and talk together. Steal anything? Show cigarette. Show papers. Alright, let's talk. I thought we were going to listen to his lecture. This guy gave a lecture. I thought we'd get a nice, boring, dry science lecture. I guess we just ask him our questions. Alright, cool. Sir, let me run through a list of names. Tell me what you think about them. I might starve to death while doing this, by the way. He's so deeply involved in conversation with people around him that he doesn't hear us. What? Grovelius. I haven't been asking about Ethelbert Grovelius. Stop this rude interruption immediately, Röntgen hisses at us, or I shall expel you from the hall. What the? What do we ask him about? I guess we just try all the names. Whoa. Oh, very unlikely we're going to get any response from any of these names here. Fisher, Gilf. How very mysterious. He doesn't respond to any of the names that we have. And this might be our only opportunity to speak with him. Tell me about mummy, comma, the. Nothing. Now, it's interesting because the manual has led me to believe that there will be some importance attached to this character. There are other interesting places all over the city. Visit the opera or listen to Conrad Röntgen's explanation about the mummy. How? How? How I listen to explanation. How me learn mummy. How? What's do? Mummy, comma, the. Tell me about yourself. No. Like, I feel like we're supposed to have an object with us that we can then show him to get his attention, so that way he'll then start answering our questions. But what would that be? He has a mysterious apparatus. We don't know what that apparatus is. Is this his apparatus? That's like a chair. It's a box. What can you tell me about voodoo? We got our notes here. I can't read this. We can't use these notes to confront other people or show them to other people. The notes are only for the questioning at the very end of the game. Let's go give me a freaking steak. Oh god, I almost died. I almost died from lack of steak. Let's just go home? Maybe we can still catch the opera. 48. Nope. Oh, it's after 9. Yeah, we missed it. The opera is 8 p.m. I guess we just go home to the hotel and sleep? Like, what? I feel like I'm missing so much, but maybe there's just not much to do. $37. Nothing in the room. Oh, whatever. Just go to bed. What time is it? I guess it's like 9:47. 9:47. So we don't have access to the car. Let's just sleep for 10 hours. We're sleeping for so long every night. Because there's just nothing to do. Alright. Telephone rings. It's a new day, so let's call our employer. 54243. Have a break. Visit a concert or something. This evening they're going to play Mozart, I believe. See you later. Alright, thank you. Get the car. Get the car. We have to go to the detective before we go to the newspaper. Detective. It's number 99. I could have just called him. Whatever. I'm now in possession of the observation report. The detective welcomes us and fishes out his records from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Mr. Schmidt leaves his apartment. Whoa. Oh my god. Is that all this is for? So we can use the detective to spy on individual homes once per day, so we can then know when we can visit those homes to find the people who live there. So now we have Mr. Schmidt's daily schedule. I can just assume that this is a schedule every single day. "7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Mr. Schmidt leaves his apartment." That's from detective. So let's have him... How do I assign him a new place? We have to go back out to the car, come back in. In order to give him a new assignment, of course, of course. We're going to have him go visit Anton Shimke at 119. This is the guy who ran away from us when we tried to pay him a visit. Okay, now we go get a newspaper. They're making no progress. Read the newspaper. This is the obituary of Albert Stuckroth. It says nothing. And then this tells about the Titanic. So today's paper has nothing of interest besides the obituary of the deceased and news about the Titanic. Now our inventory is at its limit. 4-item inventory limit. What the heck do you do in this game? Oh, where do we go now? It's Tuesday. We're already almost out of time. We only have until Thursday. So my suspicion... I guess what we could try to... You know, it's kind of unfortunate, but I guess what we could try to do... It'd be annoying to test this. What we could try to do is just wait until Thursday afternoon, go to the final quiz, and see if we have the answer to the first question so we can learn what the second question is. Because the first question we're asked when we get to the quiz is, what did the burglars want on Saturday night in the Institute of Ethnology? Now my answer to that would be the mummy. They wanted to steal or destroy the mummy. But they found that Professor Stuckroth there, had to deal with him first, then were forced to escape, and so they came back for the mummy on Sunday night. How would I communicate that? I guess maybe the newspaper? Monday's paper? Maybe this would prove that we know what the burglars wanted Saturday night? We either have to say someone's name, show an object, or show a statement from the notebook. How do we get a statement from our notebook? I can't even read these. Mysterious game. Mysterious game. I don't know what to do. We'll get some money. We can't go to the Divers Club. Let's get some inventory space. Let's drop the Sunday paper here. Drop the Tuesday paper here. Let's take the Tuesday paper. Show them the Tuesday paper. Nothing. Save. I don't know. Oops, I can't. 4 saves. Let's just go to the opera. I have no idea what to be doing. This is so bizarre. It's 9 in the morning. The opera's at 8 in the evening. That's 11 hours away. It's 10.5 hours. Let's sleep for 9 hours. Mr. Robin Circus called. I don't care. Get in the car. Where's the opera? 48. Show up a little early. It doesn't open till 8, so we have to get back in the car, sit around and wait, try not to starve to death. Okay, get out of the car. After we bought 2 tickets, we joined the attendance of the concert. Formed small groups in the foyer. Immediately next to us, 2 men are standing talking in low voices. But we're able to gather a few scraps of words. Do you think that there's a curse on the mummy? Of course not. She'd better auction it off. They say Hoffman has got problems. Whoa! Alright, this is just the visit this place to figure out what to do location. Alright. So, visiting on Tuesday evening. We overhear people talking. ... Do you think that there is a curse on the mummy? ... Of course not. She'd better auction it off. They say Hoffman. Problems. Who's Hoffman? Police suspects a shady business with diamonds. Wait, what? How tragic if it should become public. Dialogue's interrupted by the gong and we take our seats. The entire high society is gathered. Next to us sits the wife of an officer. She's accompanied by her husband, who's a highly decorated general of the glorious German army. Goodness gracious. Anything to steal? Show? Can we talk? The waitress. Who's Hoffman? Hoffman. Oh dear. Jeweler. Heinrich Hoffman, the jeweler. Or maybe Richard Hoffman. Almost definitely Heinrich Hoffman. 2 Hoffmans in the phone book. What did they say again? Hoffman has got problems. The police suspects a shady business with diamonds. She'd better auction it off. If they're still talking about auctioning off the mummy, then that would mean that the one that got destroyed at the Institute of Ethnology was not the same mummy from the auction. There's multiple mummies? How? How can there be more than one mummy? Does that mean there's multiple curses? Oh no. We have 2 different Hoffmans. She better auction it off. A female involved? Wonder who the she is. Very mysterious game. Multiple mummies means multiple curses. Yes. If you break a mummy, it's 7 years bad luck. I think you're right. I don't know if there's anything else we can do here. But we got a new name, which is good. I still feel like I'm missing tons and tons of stuff. Like just everything, just missing it all. Just missing everything. So let's miss this concert. Miss me with that concert. Drive to the gas station. Pump my gas. It takes so much money. Drive to the oyster. Closed! Okay, we might starve to death in our sleep. Let's just go home and sleep. We stayed at the opera for 1 minute. Like as soon as the show started, we just got up and left. It started at 8, and now we're home just after 8:30. Spent no time there. Got no time for that high society falutin nonsense. Let's sleep for 10 hours. I don't know what else to do. Alright, we're up to Wednesday already. Wednesday morning, we can go get another newspaper. We can get our detective's report. Wednesday, we can go to the Divers Club. This is good. We have to... Oh, let's call the guy. Start the day off by calling our employer. 54243. It appears to me that the mummy affair is getting more and more confused. At least I don't understand very much at all. Me neither. Get in the car. Get in the car. Oh, we're starving! Okay, we have to immediately drive to the detective. I always forget. 99. The flat seems unoccupied. Around noon, a man appears and knocks on the door, but without result. Interesting. Interesting. So we had the detective investigate Anton Schmipke's house, who smokes the same brand of cigarettes that we found at the crime scene. When we tried to visit him and confront him, or not even confront him, just talk to him, the instant he saw us, he ran away. And apparently he has not been back since, because that was on Monday. Flat seems unoccupied. Around noon, a man appears and knocks on the door, but without result. Is this telling me that I should have been waiting at Anton's apartment noon on Tuesday to intercept this mysterious man who comes to visit? Is this a time travel game? I mean, yeah. Do we have to play the game into the future, gain information, take that information with us back to the past, and then do things using knowledge of the future to inform our decisions and investigation? I mean, there's no other way around it. So kind of what we have to do. It's the meta of the Mummy's Curse. Hey, Orange Otter Pop. I think on Wednesday we should go into the Stargate. Ooh. It's not a bad idea. Okay, let's make a note of this. Detective Anton Shipke. Flat seem unoccupied. At noon, a man appears, knocks on the door, but without result. What if that was me? What if that was me who appeared and knocked on the door without a result? Didn't I visit this man on Tuesday? That might have been me. The detective is reporting. Maybe. This is Tuesday. Detective. Alright, get back in the car. Get out. Let's use the foreknowledge. So the Thursday newspaper tells us of the killing of a Paul Siebel. I learned that from playing the Amiga version on Friday. It's only Wednesday in game. The Thursday newspaper tells us of the killing of a Paul Siebel, a business employer of shady fame. The corpse was found at the widow Rosa Jung's estate. So let's have the detectives scope out the widow's estate, because we know a body's going to be planted there overnight. Uh, 27. We want to go get the newspaper. Hundreds of deaths at the sinking of the Titanic. Corpse found in port. Again, Hamburg was the scene of a murderous crime. The police report that an unknown masculine corpse was found in the port basin after a tip-off reached them from the public. The investigating inspector Vontkin states that no missing person's description fits the corpse. The commission of murder has received relevant pieces of advice. Okay, so Wednesday paper tells us a body was found in the ports. Okay. Wednesday newspaper. Masculine body. That's all we know about it. Doesn't match missing persons descriptions. We need some food. Some money and food. So 117. Is that the other restaurant? Yeah. Oh, they're closed. 10 a.m. to 11. Oh. It's barely after 9. We have no money left and can't buy anything to eat. No money left. Okay, we have money now. Let's go to 108 because it's closer. Okay. Wednesday. What the freak do we do? Delete the test save. Make a new test save. Let's visit the Forensic Medical Institute. See if we can learn something about the corpse they fished out of the river. 822 or no, 25. 25. There's the feet. Brings you here. I've been given a lot to do recently. We don't know the names of the victim, the name of the victim yet, but maybe we can show him the newspaper? Nope. So since we don't know who they fished out of the port or out of the river, we can't ask him about it. So we've wasted our time coming here because we don't know the identity of the latest victim. Oh! That's fine. Visit the police station. 85. Okay, same Same information. Nothing. Nothing. How would we figure out the name of the deceased? Let's go to the harbor. Let's just go straight to the harbor. There's a harbor hospital, harbor authority, harbor west, harbor chemists. We'll go to the harbor authority, 178. Harbor security is closed. An old, unobtrusive looking house. Okay. Security is closed. Let's go to the harbor west. Whoops. 183. The Prince Albert is lying at the quay. The unloading operation is in full swing. After we've searched in the throng for a short time, we find Captain Momsen, who's carefully watching over the operation. The sardines come under the load mark, he shouts at someone. Then he looks at us suspiciously and draws at his pipe. We stand at the port quay. Above our heads, the seagulls scream, and far away, the pitching and hissing of the steamships is audible. Steal anything? Show the papers. Nothing. The gentleman. Just run through the list of names. Nothing. It's very unlikely he's going to recognize any of these names. This is just a random ship's captain. Oh! Yeah, I remember Grevelius well, don't I? Was a malaria patient. Always played chess in those days. Those were the days, and exactly on the 10th of April. So Grevelius is the one who led the initial expedition 30 years ago to retrieve this mummy in the first place. Is this going to be important? Probably. The 10th of April, 1885, we sailed into the harbor of Hamburg. That was my 50th birthday. What? This captain is 77 years old and he looks like that? This is the captain? His 50th birthday was April 1885. It's 1912 and he looks like this? I don't buy it for a second. I think we found the mummy. He's the mummy. This is the mummy. What was his name? I've already forgotten his name. Captain Momsen. We don't know his first name. He's at Harbor West, which is 183. Recalls taking Grevelius out on voyage, and they returned April 10th. Let me get that text one more time. Was a malaria patient, always played chess. 10th of April, 1885. I don't know if these dates are going to end up being important or not. Okay, Linguist. I don't really feel the need to ask this guy about my random people, like the tour group or the cigarette people. I don't freaking know. Let's go to the Divers Club. Where were you Saturday evening? With the ship, okay. Let's go to the Divers Club. 49. Knock on the door. Shortly after, a grinning boy with flippers on his feet opens the door. Hi! Want to go down to the sharks, eh? He grins. Before you can turn back, you're standing there at the waterfront with trunks and snorkel. Come on, jump, you coward. Oh! What the? Action sequence. I'm using the mouse to control this, by the way. What the? What the? You look kind of wet. What? Let me try that again. Come on, jump, you coward. Okay, we have air, temperature, and time. Okay, if you touch the fish, you die. Get in the car. What? I didn't expect to just be plopped right into this. I thought there'd be something we'd have to do. Okay, use the mouse. Oh, we can click. Okay. Pick up the clods of dirt. Okay. What am I doing? Go up to the top. It's mouse control. This is so bad. Okay, get my air back. How do I get more air? Okay, I need to move the mouse up. What the heck is this? The bars are all jacked up. Okay, to recover my air and temperature, I have to move the mouse up. And constantly be swimming up towards the top. This is awesome. Let's go pick up those last couple of rocks down there. Once we get a couple more airs. Temperature. Okay. Watch out for the fish. Go. Rock. Oh! We got something! I got something! Get out of there! Oh, I touched the fish! Grins despitefully when he drags you out of the water. You look kind of wet. I have nothing with me. Where'd all my objects go? Alright, let's try this again. What the heck? There was like a little piece of paper underneath one of these rocks. I wonder if it's in the same spot every time. It was like this one, or like this one. No. We got one. Okay, get out of there. Get out. Get out. Did I get hit? There's a notebook in the pocket. Hello, if this isn't the Tuesday page. Lying open? Don't... What? Hey, there's a note. We found a piece of paper at the bottom of the river, and it's like perfectly fine, legible, not... What? Don't forget to take your things with you. Notice book The Ulster. It's no good to you here. What? Tuesday the 16th, Dienstag, that's Tuesday, 16th of April. Hoffengravelius. Oh! So Tuesday night, somebody got killed and thrown into the river. And then Tuesday night, what's Hoffen mean? Is it a German verb? Google. German. Hafen. Oh, it means the harbor. Oh, okay. It's the port or the harbor. So whoever put this piece of paper into the river had plans to go to the harbor and then to Gravelius? Or maybe Gravelius is the one who got thrown in the harbor. Oh, this is very mysterious. This is very mysterious. Why is there no room for 12? Why does it jump from 11 to 13? Okay, cool. The manual tells us there are 2 important exhibits. Let's go back in. I guess, yeah, lunch break. They can't pencil in lunch breaks, but they can pencil in incriminating murder information. Jump in, you coward. Oh dear, okay. Dude, this is sick. There it is. Oh, we got it. Easy game. Get out. Okay. Look kind of wet. You found a letter. Totally tattered and torn. Ah! So, I now understand your game, ere something. Perhaps you still... me. As your dog. I looked after you due to an illness. You had to prematurely to Hamburg during the 1856 expedition. Suffering from your fever, you told me about the mummy. After having read, such a mummy was to be found at the Institute into the building, the Sunday night. I am you have read about, too late. Your hand there before me. I expect you envoy at the 9 o'clock of the Ulster. As your doctor, I looked after you due to an illness. What the heck is this? The doctor's involved? I wonder if there's a second half we can find. During the 1856 expedition. The 1856 expedition. What's that? We've only been told about the 1884 expedition where they found the mummy. There was another expedition 30 years prior to that? A second expedition? Maybe there is a double mummy. Okay, let's see what we can figure out from this. So, I now understand your game, Air Someone. We don't know who this is addressed to. I'm guessing Gravelius is involved. I'm guessing that's Eric Gravelius. As your doctor, I looked after you due to an illness you had to return prematurely to Hamburg during the expedition, suffering from a mummy's curse. Suffering from acute fever, you told me about the mummy's curse. After having read the Bible, such a mummy, read the paper, such a mummy was to be found in the institute into the building. Then Sunday night was when the mummy got destroyed. Not the murder. This was the second night. I am sure you've read about it too late. Your handyman, your handiwork there before me? I demand half? I expect your envoy at 9 o'clock on the bank of the Ulster? Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. Let's erase day 1. Let's save dive. Let's go see if there's anything else to be found. This is cool. In the Amiga version, I think there's going to be like sound during this scene. So I kind of want to already just replay this on the Amiga just to see what this is like. Oh, ah! Okay. This controls so poorly. Okay, get out. Don't suffocate. Okay, I can just let it sit here. Never mind. So when are we going to do laboratory experiments? And what would we experiment on? We have tests to determine the presence of blood, presence of lead, or the presence of something else. We have like 3 tests that we looked up. We can build nitroglycerin. I'm not really sure why we would yet. I think we found everything there is to find. This is so goofy. Did I die? Did I die? Where's the other thing? What happened to everything I had in my possession when I first arrived here? Where did the other piece of paper that I dug up first go? My items have been deleted. My cigarette butt's been deleted. All my newspapers deleted. The first item I recovered from the water deleted. All we're left with is now this. Okay, I can't pick anything up. Alright, everything's been deleted. So we know Revelius. So what is it? Wednesday night. Somebody's dead in the harbor. Likely related to that note. The envoy that was sent to meet with whoever wrote the letter. It's probably the dead body. We need to go visit Gravelius. Number 21. After a while, we reach a great, somewhat frightening villa that looks like a castle. The door is written Edelbert and Edelheid von Gravelius. Knocking for some time, a caretaker lets us in, leads us. An old scientist is sitting boldly in his armchair with a blanket over his legs. Sir, what do you think about that? He doesn't care about the letter. If I had the other piece of paper that had this man's name on it, we could probably show it to him and get a response. But I don't. It's been deleted. Anything to steal? No. No Stuckroth. Can we ask him about himself? No, he doesn't know himself. I've met Lindquist only briefly. He's my successor at the Institute. We don't know the Captain Momsen's first name, so we can't ask about him. Hoffman. We did hear at the opera last night that they say Hoffman's got problems. Should probably pay a visit to Hoffman. This guy... Where were you Sunday evening? Monday evening, though. Okay, this is a different response. I was at my home working on my new book about the tribal rights of the Abholuzu Indians. Nothing. Okay, abort, abort, abort. We need fuel. Money. Can we show him the thing? Oh, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. Huh. Let's go try and track down this Hoffman who's got problems. Likely he's the jeweler. 130. Closed. A beggar. Well, let's not. Okay, let's go with the other jeweler. Or the other Hoffman. Richard Hoffman at 20. Nobody opens it. Well, It's Wednesday afternoon. I feel like I'm getting nowhere. Like, I feel like I don't even have the newspapers anymore, so I don't even know how to answer the first question of the quiz at the end. I was going to show him the newspaper to see if that would answer it, but since that got deleted, I don't know what to do. Hmm. Back in the car. I mean, we can... So we can use our future knowledge. The Thursday newspaper tells us of a killing of a one Paul Seibel. Paul Seibel. Let's look up Paul Seibel's address in the phone book. 156. Let's pay him a visit. Sir, are you aware you are going to be murdered tonight? Would you like to tell me why? Before we approach the entrance door, we discover that Paul Seibel does not, in fact, belong among poor people. He lets us in very reluctantly. What? Seibel's apartment's furnished very exclusively. Well, let's have a little chat. Let's just run through the list of names. Sir, you're gonna die. What can you tell me about voodoo? Why do you come then? What was the Hoffman? Two N's, Heinrich Hoffman. Nope. I can't spell. I don't have anything to talk to this guy about. I have no idea why he's gonna die. I don't know what we could get out of him. Where were you Saturday evening, huh? On business, a likely excuse. Where were you Sunday evening? Home all day. I'm sure you were. What about Monday morning? Tell me where you were Tuesday afternoon. This guy's boring. I have no idea who this man is or how he relates to the plot, other than the fact that he's found dead the next morning. Let's visit the police station and show them our piece of paper here. 5. I can't help but feel like we're meant to be calling a lot of people. It doesn't care! Alright, get out of here. Huh. don't know what to do. This is such a mysterious game. Just going over my notes again to see if... Visit Rosa Young. Where the dead body will be found. Walk across the site to the house which stands at the end of the yard. Nobody answers. Sheet metals clatter. Must have been a cat. A former factory site. Interesting. We're getting nowhere. No one to talk to. Go eat some food. So the big problem is, at the moment, we're almost definitely in an unwinnable state. Almost definitely. We will be in an unwinnable state for quite some time. To win, we need to answer the 16 questions at the end of the game. We have no way of knowing what those 16 questions are. Only the very first one, until we can answer that one adequately, and then we'll learn the second question. And then once we answer that, we'll learn what the third question is, and so on and so on. So I don't really have a way to direct my actions in that regard. Unless we want... kind of do. I do know that the first question is, what did the burglars want Saturday night in the Institute of Ethnology? I thought I'd be able to show the newspaper that explains how the mummy was destroyed. Although even that is not necessarily going to be correct. The thing is, to answer these questions, we can only answer them in 3 ways. It's kind of multiple choice. We can only answer the questions in 3 ways. We can respond with the name of a person. We can respond with a statement from our notebook, which is probably how most of the questions are going to be answered. Or we can respond by showing an item. And we can only carry 4 items max. So at most, 4 of the answers will come from items. So this specific question, what did the burglars want Saturday night in the Institute of Ethnology? They either wanted to kill what's his face? Albert Stuckroth, or they wanted the mummy. I suspect they wanted the mummy. I think that's obviously going to be like the key to this whole mystery. That's why the game's called Mystery of the Mummy. But how would I prove that? How would I communicate that idea? I need somebody to tell me, oh yes, I broke in on Saturday night in search of the mummy. And so that way I could record that in my notebook and present it as evidence. But until we find who broke in, we won't be able to get that sort of confession. I feel like that should be where I focus my investigation for now. Finding who broke in first. I'm constantly getting sidetracked because the game is bombarding me with new things happening, new developments, new murders, but I have yet to even solve the very first inciting incident. So I think we need to do that. I think we need to try and track down Anton Schmipke. Let's head to his house. Nobody opens it. I strongly suspect this is the man who broke in. When we visited him on Monday, we didn't get anywhere. Unshaven, unkempt man answers the door. Before we can say anything, he runs away. And now we've just never found him again. Let's look at the map. Maybe I was supposed to chase him on foot. Because he was at location, 119. We'll do Big Blue. That's not blue. Blue. He was there. Perhaps we were meant to chase him on foot to one of these nearby locations and follow him. Where could he have gone? 135 is in red. I don't even remember what these are. Dude, having to juggle back and forth between the map and the phone book. Tricky stuff. What is 135 again? Was that a restaurant? No. Bar? That was the bar. That was the bar. What's 136? I'm just going to travel there in-game. $136 is Peter von Duin's house. Okay. Just some guy's house. 118. Let's head there. This is Lisa Phillips. I mean, certainly we're not going to find the guy at a nearby house 2 days later. So I'm just curious to see what's around him. Is it all residential? Let's go to 134. Hagen Ruland lives in a shabby rented apartment. His neighbors are mostly prostitutes. He opens only after we've been knocking for a time. Oh, we found someone. Hey, buddy. Tell me about your neighbor, the prostitute. Schmidtke Anton. I don't know him. Alright, oh, that's all I got. I don't know what else to ask. I don't think items disappear when they're dropped. I don't think. I haven't really been playing around with it too much, but we can only carry 4 items at a time. I don't think they do. Like, I can drop this letter here. What? A shirt. A bloody shirt at this random dude's apartment. What? What? We're in some man's apartment and we have taken a bloody shirt. And he has nothing to say about the bloody shirt. What? I mean, obviously we have to run tests on this shirt, right? We've got to test it, confirm the presence of blood. Why? This is... Is this good? Is this important? Why does the man who lives in this home not respond to us showing him this shirt with bloodstains on it that we found in his home? This is such a happenstance that I found this. I can't help but feel like yeah, some steps were skipped in a specific sequence of events. Because I don't think there's very much like flag-based progression in this game at all. I think it's all just completely open-ended. If you know what to do and where to go and what to say, you can just get all the information you need straight away, I suspect. So key items like this, hidden somewhere in the world, if you know where they are ahead of time, or if you just get lucky, you can just find them. See, I was exploring the nearby houses of the guy who we suspect broke into the museum, not the museum, the Institute of Ethnology. He ran away from us, so I was just checking the nearby areas on foot. And we found the shirt in a nearby area. Okay, well this has got to be important. We just need to now figure out why. We are at 134. So we'll do a blue line, or blue circle here. So this was the man's house who ran away from us, the prime suspect. Perhaps he ran like that. And then stripped his shirt off. What if this is the shirt of the dead man? Because Stukaroth lost his shirt too. It's an epidemic. Maybe the mummy's curse is people lose their shirts. Shirt. So maybe the man ran down here, took his shirt off, and then... I don't freaking know. Went down here to the harbor? What's 168? I wish there was an easy way to know. I wish there was a directory by numbers and not by names in the phone book. I wish I could just look at a number and just be able to check, oh yes, this is what's at that number. I can't. I don't know why. I'm still looking at the phone book for number 168. I don't see it. Shirt. Shirt. We need to take a walk back to 119. Get the car again. Let's go get some fuel. Money. Shirt. I'm getting sidetracked again. I'm fixating on this shirt. I'm still trying to figure out how to answer the first freaking question on the list of 16. What were they looking for when they broke into the Institute of Ethnology? A bloody shirt. That's not an answer. Sir? We'll probably have to do a laboratory experiment on the shirt to prove that it is indeed blood. And not just a stain. Although at this late stage, I don't know if we even have access to the lab. What's the lab? It's the Institute of Chemistry, I believe. 44? No. It was... I saw it in the phone book earlier. Oh my goodness. The Chemical Institute. Not the Institute of Chemistry. It's the Chemical Institute. Never mind, they're the exact same place. 44. We cannot enter. I just want to do some tests. The Chemist's Society. Chemist's Store, rather. 69. Whoa! Pharmacist, who's a spindly, absent-minded looking man, gives us a friendly welcome. Check out my shirt. Check out my paper. Look. Inside the Ulster Pharmacy, a pharmacist is standing behind the counter. Left of him, an assistant is occupied with the production of drugs. Love to produce drugs. Whoa! Oh my god. If... Identification of blood. One prepares a solution as follows. 1 pipette of failing solution, 1 pipette of indicator are mixed together. Blood salt solution is then added until a yellow color appears. This mixture is heated for 3/4 of a minute. If human blood is now added, it will immediately turn white. So we need the failing solution and the indicator and then blood salt solution. So we need 3 separate ingredients, mix them all together, heat for 3/4 of a minute. I have room for 2 items. There's the failing solution. Where's the other items? Indicator. What's indicator? Give me that, please. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let's leave. Did I buy that? I didn't spend any money. I just stole that bottle. Alright, I'm out of here. How do you use them? We have to go to the lab. And I don't think we can go to the laboratory. Because I think we need to reserve laboratory time as advertised in the morning newspaper or the Sunday newspaper. It gives us a number to call, 21340. Calling about the lab. I cannot help you. So at some point in time, we have to make a call to the lab. Well, the Sunday paper told us Monday 3 to 4 to phone the number. I assume that was we can rent the lab on Monday from 3 to 4, but maybe that's when we were supposed to call. Maybe we have to call within that 1 hour time frame. And then once we make the call, we always have access to the lab from then on out. So I think I've missed my opportunity there. Is there anything else I want to do, or are we just stuck? I don't freaking know. How would you ever know? How do you know? What do we do? We sleep. It's 4:10 in the afternoon. Perfect time to sleep. 12 hours. So we've locked ourselves out of the lab. I deleted my inventory by going to the diving club with a full stash of items, and those items are just deleted. We can't get into the lab. We've lost the suspect. We have a t-shirt that we very fortuitously found. I have no leads. I am so confused. This game is hard. Okay, it's 4 in the morning. We gotta keep sleeping. 3 more hours. Drive to the detective. I already forgot who the detective was snooping on for us. Closed! What? Why? They're open from 8 to 9. Open daily from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. It is 8:42. Let me in! Maybe they can't help us on the last day of the game. Shirt. Oh, that's annoying. That's unfortunate. War in the Underworld. The murder series in Hamburg continues. Last evening, the corpse... Oh, that's right! We had the detective investigate this murder preemptively. The murder series in Hamburg continues. Last evening, the corpse of Paul Seibel, a business employer of shady fame, was found in an old bag on the old building site on Widow Rosa Young's estate. 27. 9 o'clock p.m., the widow witnessed the appearance of 2 suspicious-looking men, quickly unloaded a sack from a bandwagon and hastily left the area. She alarmed the police, who then made the terrible discovery. It can be assumed that Seibel is the victim of a quarrel because several bosses of the amusement business, from the fact that the corpse was transported on a hand wagon, the police know that the murder took place nearby the house. Okay. So the map, 27 is where the body was found. That's over here. Do purple color. Not a line. Circle. Purple. Body was found here. So I guess we can just like investigate these nearby places. 29 is the newspaper stand. We're already there. Maybe we can find another bloody t-shirt. Alright, let's go for a walk. Is there any other articles? No, this is a one-page. Walk. Let's go to 20. This is Richard Hoffman. Hoffman. That can't be a coincidence. Could be a coincidence. 13. Johann Klinger. I should be looking for items. Nothing. 28. Frau Steltsky is in mourning. She tells us that her husband died of stroke 12 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. Dark and uncomfortable apartment. You think we can steal? What do you think of this shirt? What do you think of this failing solution? Why would we ever want to talk to her about anything? Uh, 40. Rosemary Tiemann? Nobody answers. 39. Office supplier? Close on account of bereavement. Huh. I keep looking at the phone book trying to reverse engineer these locations by the numbers. I should... The DOS version comes with a text file that has this information on it. I should just use that. Where are we at? 39? Okay, I found it. Hornson, Bureau-Bidarf. Bureau-Bidor. Borodbidarf. Bureau-Bidarf. Okay. That name means nothing. The name means nothing. Let's head back to number 20 real quick. Hoffman. Anything we can take here? No. 27. This young woman about 50 comes running toward us. Are you from the press? I've told you everything. The paper, shirt. I don't know what I even asked her about. Already told it to the police. Where were you last night, huh? I've already told it to the police. Why does it even let us talk to her? Let's go get my car. It was at 29. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It's almost Thursday evening. I have no evidence, no way to answer the questions. Well, maybe we can just gamble. Let's head back to my hotel. Do a save. And sleep for 4 hours. Let's go quiz. Maybe the DOS version behaves subtly different. I save here? No. Inspector Vonkin's here because of the mummy affair. I've called him because I'm of the opinion I can contribute to the solution of the problem. The inspector believes to be near to the elucidation of the case. What about your inquiries? Have you reached any definite conclusions yet? No. He's been staring. Inspector Vankton looks up tiredly from the floor and staring at it during our conversation with Robinsburg. My duties call me. You understand. He says timidly and hastens to get out the door. Seems as if the police knows less than they want to admit, Robinsburg remarks and shakes his head with resignation. And you have to leave for Munich this evening. It seems as if the murders will be left unatoned. Can we try that again? We can. Yes. I burn to know the background of the horrible events that happened last week. What did the burglars want on Saturday night in the Institute of Ethnology? So I tried answering this with the name of the deceased, Albert Stuckroth. And that didn't work on the Amiga version. I think they wanted the mummy, but I don't have any way to show proof. The mummy murder. Show this. The coroner's report. Suppositions are incorrect. I love this. If you answer the question wrong, the game just freezes. Like, there's nothing I can do here. My mouse cursor is stuck over here. None of the buttons work. Your computer just locks up if you answer his question wrong, which is pretty cool. Pretty neat. Pretty slick. Dude, I just wish I could get a list of questions. No, that's not how it works. One at a time. Alright, well, we've learned a little bit more, a few more crumbs. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to be doing. Let's go up to 5,000 cycles. Where were my saves? Start of the game, day 2, test and dive. Test is shortly before the final quiz. Dive was in the middle of the diving nonsense. Where is day 2? Started day 2? Yes. 6 a.m. on Monday morning. Okay. So what could we do from this point? Sunday night would be the night of the break-in. So I guess what I can try doing, just for curiosity's sake, what we're gonna try is seeing if the newspaper, nothing else. Top in the car, drive to 29. We're gonna get the Monday paper, which tells us that burglars broke in and bashed up the mummy good. Boom, mummy destroyed. Let's assume that that is proof of what they were after on Saturday night. It seems like very bad proof, but let's just pretend that it's very good proof. Back in the car. Now to test this, we gotta go to 37. In order to test this hypothesis, we must now sleep for 7 days. 24 hours? 14 hours? We must now sleep for ages. Until the quiz. See, it's going to be very, very annoying testing these different solutions. Okay, the car is locked up. 9 hours. Okay, our meters are fine. We can sleep another day. Vroom. Alright, we're going to start cheating. And by cheating, I just mean manipulate time with the power of DOSBox. Vroom! Okay. Wednesday. My meters are still good. Okay, we go back to bed. Mr. Robinsburg is calling me. I don't care. Gotta go back to bed. Vroom! Go back to bed. Vroom! Okay, it's Thursday. 8 in the morning. I cannot sleep for 12 hours here. It's 8:15. I think as long as it's afternoon, let's just go for 6 hours. Vroom! Okay. Let's see if perhaps the newspaper is the solution. I feel like it's highly unlikely, but you never know. Speed up. Yeah, I know the answer. I know all the answers. They wanted the newspaper. Oh! Okay, I don't know. The game bricks itself. 5,000 cycles. Skip. Two. Let's see about the man. The man, Anton Schmipke. Focus entirely and completely on following up that specific lead. So it's currently 6 in the morning on Monday. We learn about Anton Schmipke by visiting the tobacco store, which opens at 9 in the morning. So we have 3 hours to kill. We can visit the detective's office before going to the tobacco store. Is that worth doing? Let's try this. Let's try this. Let's wait. Let me start. I should just go like that. It's 6. Let's go 1 hour. Get in the car. Travel to Detective 99. I'm gonna have the detective watch the house where we found the bloody shirt. 134. Okay. Now let's head to the tobacco store. It's 105. We have to wait a little bit. Okay, they've opened. Can I help you? Show the cigarette. Only a few people are reserved the pleasure of smoking it. So, of these 4 people, Gothill Fisher, I think we can cross him off. I don't think he's suspicious. He's just an old man who likes to read books, spend his spare time translating languages. Good for him. I don't think he's involved in this whatsoever. Rudolph Robensberg is our employer. I think there's no way for us to cast suspicion on our employer, although maybe he's involved. But we're going to ignore that for now. Anton Schmipke and Carlo Schmidt. Carlo Schmidt just happens to have been on the same tour group that went through the institute shortly before the guy got killed. So that's very suspicious. But there doesn't seem to be any way to press that line of inquiry. And then Anton Schmipke is suspicious because when we go to visit him, he just runs away. I forget if we can ask the waitress about these people. Not in the mood to tell you anything, no. But now if we complete the test, travel to Schmipke's, 119, forced to knock several times at the shabby door before an unshaven, unkempt man opens it. Before we're able to say something, he runs down the stairs in a disturbed state. We follow him quickly, but he's already beyond our reach. Now we're inside his apartment, but there's nothing to do in here, nothing to see, nothing to take, nothing to use, no one to talk to. If we chase on foot, we have no idea where he went. If we head to 134 now, nobody answers. The shirt's not here. Okay. Interesting. We head to 135. Go to the bar. Maybe we can ask someone at the bar about him. Since he lives nearby, they might know him. Schmipke, Anton. Nobody reacts. $136. Nobody opens. Nothing to find. 118. go back to our car. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. How? What? The heck? Let's see if we can call the number for the lab. Three to 4 p.m. Okay, let's wait. I might die here. 1, 2, 3. 21340. Ah, you call on account of the room of the laboratory. Yes, it's still available. Okay, you can use the laboratory from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Yep, okay. So we have to call that number within a certain time frame to gain access to the lab. So now we have access to the lab. The lab is located where again? That's the Institute of Chemistry at 44. So if we were to travel there right now, we might die first. Can I make it to a meal? Oh, barely. Okay. Barely survived. Oh, I died! What the heck were we doing on this save? Test. Okay, tobacco store. Did I already show this? Yes. I don't know what to do. I mean, the more compelling evidence points towards Carlos Schmidt being involved, not Anton Schmipke. Just the simple fact that Schmipke runs when we approach him is what's causing me to think he's the real culprit. Not necessarily. Carlos Schmidt was on the tour of the museum, or the institute, the night of the murder. And he smokes the same cigarettes that we found there. At the scene of the crime. I mean, he's more likely to be the suspect. What was his house, Schmidt? He leaves his house from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Was it 52? Yeah. Let's... So the reason I died is because I made the mistake of using the wait button instead of the sleep button. Sleep button passes time in 1 hour intervals, but you don't lose food. Your food meter doesn't go down nearly as much. The wait passes time in like 10 to 15 minute intervals, but it destroys your food meter. So we just want to sleep here. 1, 2, 3, we'll go like 3 hours. Do another one. Okay, we've rented the lab now. Let's go pay a visit to the lab. I just want to see what happens if when we walk into the lab. It's at 44. Good morning, gentlemen. Man in a white coat welcomes us. We walk into the rented laboratory room. I'll leave you now. The man bids us farewell for having helped us into the coats. Oh! We leave the laboratory, and in the hall we meet the scientist who had just accompanied us upstairs. Has the laboratory already exploded? He asks us laughingly. Okay, so we need to have the right chemicals with us from the chemist. There's two separate chemists. The Harbor Pharmacy. Oh my goodness. You have to visit... Oh, okay. I understand. Alright, laboratory. There are two chemists. Harbor Pharmacy is at 74. They have sulfuric acid, indicator, and the blood salt solution. Okay. And then the other chemist at 69 has 4 separate chemicals. So whenever we want to do an experiment, we have to get the chemicals from both different stores, minding the limited inventory space. Ulster Pharmacy 69. We have glycerin, nitric acid, failing solution, potassium chromium. So depending on which experiment we want to do, we have to pick up the correct chemicals ahead of time and take them with us to the lab. Minding the limited inventory space makes things quite tricky, but we'll deal with that. What are their hours? I wish we knew the hours of the different chemists. Alright. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to be doing. I don't know what to do. This is a truly mysterious game. There's just so many options. It's overwhelming. There's so many different places we can go visit at different times of the day. We could exhaustively test every name that we know against every person that we come across. We could do a sweep 1 through 186 and just visit each and every place in turn to see if there's anything to find. That seems like the worst possible way to go about this. Like, I'm trying to find and follow specific threads or clues, but I'm not getting anywhere here. We've got lots and lots of different scattered pieces of information. I love the artwork. It's so cool. But so far, the only thing that we're trying to solve is the very first question of the quiz. The first of 16 questions, by the way. Almost 9 hours of gameplay. We've almost got the first of 16 questions. I don't even know if we're close. This could be a 1,000-hour game. What did the burglars want on Saturday night in the Institute of Ethnology? I feel like in order to answer this, we need to catch the burglar and have them confess and record their statement in our notebook. It seems like the only thing I can think of. But how? The guy runs away from us. We can't, like, chase him. The game's not complex enough to have that sort of mechanic. But he does leave his house and never returns. We can't, like, track down NPCs. The detective, which we can hire, scouts a specific location for us. What if instead of us going to confront the guy, we just send the detective there and then don't interact with it at all and just wait and see what the detective has to say? Let me see what that does, if anything. Store day 2. We sleep for 2 hours. Get in the car. Drive to 99. Tell him to search 119. And then let's just go sleep for the next day and see what he has to say. Okay, go back to the apartment. Vroom. Let's go 10 hours. Make it to the car. Let's see what he has to say. All day long, nothing happens. Cool. So they just sit there and watch the car. Or watch the place. They don't interact with it. So if we go there now ourselves, the same thing happens. Okay. Go back to day 2. Sleep for 2 hours. Hop in the car. Let's try this again, but this time, boom, after sending the detective to this place, let's immediately go there ourselves. Cause the man to run. Detective should be watching, so perhaps he can tell us where he goes. Okay, now we go back to the hotel. And do our regular old, 20 hours of sleep. Okay, what does the detective have to say? All day long, nothing happens. Why? We were there. Something happened. Okay, let's go to 99. Oh, let's go to 119. Nobody opens it. Because we already scared them off. This is confusing. How is this even the correct track? Am I even on the right track? Or is this just complete red herring? How? What the heck? I don't know what to do. In case me saying that 99 times hasn't clued everybody in, I don't know what I'm doing. The restaurant's closed? Hi. Let me in. I'm starving. I'm gonna die. Okay, we're gonna die. Lack of nourishment. Hmm. 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 I'm stuck. I don't know. Well, I got no ideas about what to do. I'm completely stumped. I don't even know how to begin approaching this. I've been trying to approach it. I'm just not sure what to do. Mystery of the Mummy. I feel like I should be focusing on the first quiz problem. Because unless we solve or figure out how to answer that first question, we're never going to know what any of the further questions are. And even if we spend forever solving or gathering the required evidence for the other parts of the questions, which we don't know what questions those are, until we answer that first one, we're never going to make any more progress. But how? I feel like I. hmm. Hmm. It's just we're so limited in what we can do. And yet it's so open-ended and there's so many places we can go and visit. Plus the time element to factor into everything. Because different people are only home at certain times. Bloody shirt. Because I haven't even really tried to follow up on the opera mystery. Going to the opera on Tuesday night teaches us about... There's where we learn the names. We first hear the name Hoffman. They say Hoffman has got problems. I wonder if we get different dialogue if we go to the opera on Monday night as opposed to Tuesday. Let's try that real quick. Talk to the guy that gives you the report immediately after the guy runs out of the house. Maybe. It's worth a try. I haven't tried that. The detective is only open from 8 to 9 in the morning. Like, you have to drive to him in that 1 hour window of time in order to request him to stake out a place and receive his report from the night before. So we might be able to arrive at his house, request him, or have him stake out the place, go to the place, get the guy to run away, and come back. As long as we can do all that in within 1 hour, then maybe something will happen. Let's go to the opera tonight and see what happens there. The opera's... We'll do this... We'll see how this... 20 hours. 2. We'll try the detective bit first. Go to 99. See, it's already been 40 minutes. Because it takes like 35 minutes to drive here from our hotel. Stake out 119, immediately get in the car, head there ourselves. Oh, wait, this is really close by. Okay. Back in the car. They're closed. No. They've got their one assignment for the day, so they're closing up shop. When does the second break-in happen? It's Sunday night, the night of the first day. Maybe we could wait. I guess that's worth investigating. Let's go to the opera tonight. Maybe if on Sunday night we just stay at the Institute and just wait, and maybe we'll just like intercept the burglar. It's worth a shot. Like I don't know what to do. It's just past 9. For 9 hours. Some more money. Where's the opera? F48. The opera opens at 8. Just gotta wait. Okay. If we bought 2 tickets, we go to our seats. Okay, this is different. This is different. Aha! They're gonna play Mozart. That'll make everything bearable. We amuse ourselves. The indignant looks we receive can't even be soothed by the sweets that Wilhelm wants to pass around. There's nothing! Okay, so if you go to the opera on Monday, there's just nothing. You have to go to the opera on Tuesday night in order to get the eavesdrop. Would you like to ask the lady about Voodoo? First name Voodoo. Psst. Hey lady, Where were you Saturday morning? Hmm. Let's restore. I don't remember. Start. All right, we're at the very start of the game here. So if we hop in our car and drive to 101. How late are they open here? What happens if I just rest? Do I get kicked out? Probably gonna starve to death. It's midnight. Oh, yep. Starved. Arrgh. So what we need to do is... I don't freaking know. Sleep for 8 hours first. It's closed. Okay, so they close 5 maybe? Sleep for 6 hours. Closed already? When do they close? See, the break-in occurs on the first day, Sunday night. We don't have access to the detective until Monday, so we can't visit the detective and have him stake out the institute to catch the burglars because we just don't have access to them until Monday. I don't think we're meant to get in there and hang out and wait and intercept the burglar. I think we need to. I don't think there's any way for us to prevent the burglary. I think the mummy in here is a fake. I think there's a second mummy. So even though they get in here and destroy the mummy, I think the one that they destroy is a fake mummy. Because there's some mystery with the different voyages. I don't freaking know, man. I don't know what to do. I can't. I don't know what to do. What time is it? I think we're going to pause it here for the day because I am completely helplessly stumped and completely helplessly out of ideas. So I think we're going to stop here for the day. I like this game. I want to keep playing, but I am stuck. I don't even know what to do. Maybe we begin looking up some hints. Perhaps. Perhaps the time has come to start getting some outside sources of help. Because this just seems completely unapproachable. It's like, what's even expected of me as the player? Gotta be a detective. But how can we be a detective when we're so constrained in our actions we can take? And we don't even know the questions we're meant to be answering with our detecting abilities. Like, what if we can't even get the proof I'm looking for until like the end of the game, just before we go and do the quiz. I don't freaking know. I don't know. This game's hard. This is a tough game. All right, let's pause it here. There's a long play. I might, yeah, I'll probably take a peek at a long play or a walkthrough, just like a couple opening steps to get me on the right track. I mean, we're seeing and learning bits and pieces as we go. We got to see the action sequence. That was pretty freaking cool. We got to go diving. We went to a lab. We weren't able to do any chemistry at the lab. We went to a lab. That was pretty cool. What's that? Holy smokes, the Dagger Joe. 20 gift subs. Thank you, Dagger Joe. Oh, we got some music for once. Thank you for the gift subs. No, 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 no. Some good thinking music here. Like, I cannot, for the life of me, think of what to do. We can sit here and read the phone book. I mean, there's a couple places we haven't even, well, a couple. There's like 100+ places I haven't even visited. I've never been to a grocery store. I couldn't do anything with the jeweler. The harbor didn't get anywhere. So many people. Newspaper archives. What if we have to go digging through the newspaper archives for specific dates? That could be. The rat house, post office, prison, central station. There's just so many places, so many things. Big game. Zoological garden. I haven't been there yet. Plus there's the whole deal with the lecture at the town hall. Like, why can we go to the lecture about the isotopes of hydrogen molecules, not actually listen to the lecture? We're given the opportunity to ask questions to the presenter, but he didn't respond to anything I tried asking him about. Like, what was that about? That's a one-time event during the beginning of during the second day of 5. So early on in the investigation, we have to have a lead to follow up with. But what the heck? Ah. This manual is pretty good. Tips and tricks. Client is paying you. Newspapers report about things you normally wouldn't hear about. Eat in restaurants. What if we need to eat in specific restaurants to get clues? Maybe we need to eat at specific restaurants on specific days in order to get clues. Similar to how we had to go to the opera on a specific day to get clues. There are no public telephone boxes. Cars need petrol. Take care of yourself. Sometimes waiting is better. Take advantage of cultural offers. What does that mean? The heck does that mean?
5 days to solve the mystery. Be on time for Mr. Robinsburg. Remember where you park the car when you go up on foot. For diving, you need special clothes which you can find in the city. You literally just go to the diving store and they push you into the water. But okay. That could be Muware, yeah, could be. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. Thank you for the gift subs, Dagger Joe. Thank you, Udichi, as well, for the gift sub. We're gonna pause things here. This game's hard. It's a head scratcher. I'm completely stumped. I have no idea what to do. So, let's just pause it there for the day. Yeah, thanks for watching. I'm going to think about this tonight, or I'm going to meditate upon these developments. I'm going to go into deep thought in an attempt to come up with some ideas. Because I've got no idea. I keep saying this. I just don't know what to even do in this game. I do want to keep playing it. I don't want to just give up on it. I do want to keep playing it. I think it would be best, simplest, easiest, just to simply set aside my stubbornness and look at a walkthrough. Just for at least a couple clues. But anyway, we'll end things here for the day. Thanks for watching, everybody. I still like this game. I still think it's cool. We'll play it again tomorrow. That's the plan. Jump back in tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Stuck Thread. Is it? There it is. Thank you for the subscription, Stuck Thread. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for all the resubs, all the support, as always. We'll plan on playing this again tomorrow. Hopefully we'll make progress tomorrow. That's the dream. That's the goal. Maybe not. Maybe we'll get stuck tomorrow, too. Nah, we'll find something. Let me find somebody to raid. I gotta go. I must vacate. This room is quite warm. Who's on? Freaking everybody. Freaking everybody. Everybody's streaming. Everybody is online streaming video games. Oh. I always raid Duke, but we're going to raid Duke because Duke is playing Tritorn Final on his real hardware, his X68000 real computer. He's playing a really bad game on it. That'll be fun to watch. I've been looking forward to this for a while. He promised a Tritorn Final playthrough like a year or two ago. I'm excited to watch this. Thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. Adios. Be back tomorrow. Play some more of this. Until then, stay safe. Stay cool. Stay hydrated. Stay mummied. Stay cursed. I don't know. See ya.